I often take these night shift walks when the foreman's not around. I turn my back on the cooling stacks and make for open ground. Far out beyond the tank farm fence, where the gas flare makes no sound. I forget the stink and I always think back to that eastern town. I remember back 6 years ago, this western life I chose. And every day the news would say some factory's going to close. Well, I could have stayed to take the dough, but I'm not one of those. I take nothing free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. So I bid farewell to the eastern town I never more will see. But work I must, so I eat this dust and breathe refinery. Oh, I miss the green and the woods and streams, and I don't like cowboy clothes. But I like being free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. So come all you fine young fellows who've been beaten to the ground. This western life's no paradise, but it's better than lying down. Oh, the streets aren't clean and there's nothing green, and the hills are dirty brown. But the government will rot your soul back there in your hometown. So I bid farewell to the eastern town I never more will see. There's self-respect and a steady check in this refinery. Oh, you'll miss the green and the woods and streams, and the dust will fill your nose. But you'll be free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. These are the words I tell myself when I miss my old hometown. I tell myself that I'm doing right by turning that welfare down. But now I see for you and me that I want those woods and streams. For I owe my life to this worker strife. Why can't I just be free?
Howdy, howdy, howdy. How we doing, folks? Princess Fiona, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch.
Actual Jake Party, Actual Jake Dance.
How we doing, folks? Thanks for jumping on the riverboat so late. Nine-Tailed Witch, congrats on signing up to Phone Bank for the Starbucks Union. Let's go. Let's go. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Ms. Gender Lynn. Hello, Brianna Huffman. Hello, Hit the Mat. Hello, Cannabo Brex. Hello, Gwennifer Roxanne Farwah. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Emily Sweetness. Hello, Odd Spectre. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Pac-Man Dan. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Hello, lovelies. Hello, Social Psych Explainer. Hello, Pirate Amir 44. Buy gold. How did you know who was sponsoring today's stream? Hello, lovely pariah. Hello, Brianna Huffman. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Actually doing okay right now? That's good. Hold on to that. Sophie Gold, hello to you, and congrats on finally getting out of Florida. Let's go! Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Glitchy X6. Hello, Harold. Hello, Red Flags. Hello, One-Eyed Heathen. So, not a lot's been happening. You know, just a little bit of things over here, a little bit of things over there. What a day. Yeah. You know, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you though, Punky Gal. this is not the worst thing I've ever seen Democrats do.
We'll go with it.
Yeah, I don't care about this. Whatever. That, like, I'm far more concerned about them electing Ken Martin than I am about them doing a stupid dance I don't care about. You know? Like, that, I care about them electing the wrong man. I do care about that. Hello, Kev from Mars. Is Ken Martin good or bad? He is both and neither. We'll talk about it, don't worry. I'm not giving a cryptic answer to be an asshole. We are going to talk about it. Hello, Mary Jane. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, Lady Raincloud. How we doing, folks? Not really electing? Well, it would be if you guys were in the DNC. Which is why you guys need to get involved in your local Democratic parties. It's literally exactly what I've been talking about. Like, it's why you guys need to get in the room and do the actual boring work of going to meetings and shit. Because then we get in the room and we can vote someone better and who's not Ken Martin in. That's why. So I've been telling you guys to go to meetings. Zell Rex, congrats on joining your local DSA. Let's go. Getting involved feels fucking useless. Then sit at home and die. Like, sorry. You have two options. One is to curl up into a ball and die, and the other is to go and do stuff. I opt for going and doing stuff. Like, that we have two options. And yeah. 4 actually run, hide, die, fight. True. True. Can the stuff involve fire? If you get creative. But again, we are rapidly nearing that time I was talking about the other day where conversations of the nature some of you seem to be contemplating cannot take place here. For, I think, very obvious reasons. Have you seen the 9-star flag on the header of government websites now? No. Doot. Yeah, no Fed posting, chat. No Fed posting. Yeah, the only way we make things better is by putting ourselves out there and actually doing shit. That's why I literally had a call for action last stream asking for you guys to find 3 things and to commit to doing them. You gotta do things, otherwise you succumb to despair. That sense of agency, even if your goal is not achieved or progressed on, or you hit roadblocks, the important thing is that you keep trying. You keep utilizing whatever agency you have in the ways that it can be used. And that will keep you going. It will allow you to not succumb to despair. Because the Democrats were never going to come and save us unless we made them. Obviously, we did not get a whole big head start on this DNC chair campaign. But I am asking you guys to get involved now so that when the next DNC chair race happens, we can win. Several years is more than enough time to move up some of the ranks to get to where you can vote within the DNC. And also, please get involved with your DSA. It'll provide you some really lovely opportunities to get involved in your local area in terms of protesting, in terms of supporting those who need help, in terms of reaching out to LGBTQ folks and the marginalized and undocumented immigrants, putting together systems and material benefits that can help protect them. And honestly, we gotta do that shit. It's not like you fight or you lose it. You use it or lose it, chat. That's kind of the whole shebang. I'm kind of worried about how much longer we'll even have elections, to be honest. I mean, here's the thing. You get rid of elections, you get bullets in the streets. Like, you guys realize that, right? Like, the United States is a gigantic place held together by, the federal government largely. And you guys realize you get rid of the elections, and that's when states start seceding. That's when federal troops need to get deployed. That's when you have American soldiers pointing guns at civilians. And you guys have to keep in mind, those soldiers are working class stiffs, okay? They're not wealthy. And also, they are not at all indoctrinated to shoot their fellow civilians. At all. At all. So I do not think that we are so far gone that we are not going to have elections. The social contract is paper thin right now, but it'll hold because it has to. I don't know that the social contract will hold, if I'm being completely honest with you guys. Cards on the table. There's a very big non-zero chance that actual violence happens. But insofar as things are currently positioned, I do not think that the fascists have the winning hand. So I don't think they want to try and do that. Especially in light of the tariffs. Guys, the tariffs have been signed. They're going into effect on Tuesday. Right? And you guys have to understand, no one in the media is taking these tariffs seriously. No, none of them. There is no one who is treating it as the economic nuclear bomb that it is. And a lot of people are just kind of like, oh, well, it'll be bad, but it'll be fine. It's not going to be fine at all. Okay? And I had assumed that this was going to be a ploy by Trump to, put up the tariffs, but then he'd make massive carve-outs for all of his buddies, everyone who is willing to play ball. But that is not the case, actually. Looking into it, he has made no exceptions. None whatsoever for any companies, which is maybe one of the best pieces of news in all of this. It's one of the best pieces of news. Largely because if he was a competent fascist, he would have had carve-outs for his loyalists. He would have rewarded them. But he's too stupid to know that that is the dynamic. And so what is about to happen is that every single company in America is about to get hit with these tariffs. They pay the tariffs. And then they pass them on to the consumers. Often not just at, the same exact rate of the tariff. Often, with markups, because it inflates the cost on several different levels, right? Without going into all the technical details. So often prices that from a 25% tariff can mean a 50% increase in price, or even a 75, or in some cases, a 100% increase in price, okay? So what is about to happen is that literally everyone in America across the economic spectrum is going to be fucked. Like there's not really any other way of saying it, right? And the good piece of news is that this will likely radicalize basically everyone against Donald Trump. There is not really a way for people to not immediately become enraged by this the second that they feel the full effects of this. And it may take like a week or two to feel the full effects
Time
as
for
businesses
less
go
burger
through
and
their
pizza
stock.
and more rice and beans. Disappointed face.
Yeah, maybe. I bought dry beans. I don't know about you guys. But what I'm trying to really convey here is that a lot of people are going to feel this, and it's going to drastically alter their lives, and there's really no one else to blame but Donald Trump. And what winds up happening here is that he alienates not just working class people, which we all assumed was going to, get fucked anyway, but he's also alienating the capital class. I wanted to show you guys this, okay? This is a statement from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, okay? Let's make it big. U.S. Chamber of Commerce Senior Vice President and Head of International John Murphy released the following statement regarding President Trump's announcement that the administration will implement 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico and 10% tariffs on China. The president is right to focus on major problems like our broken border and the scourge of fentanyl, but the imposition of tariffs under IEEPA is unprecedented and won't solve these problems and will only raise the prices for American families and upend supply chains. The chamber will consult with our members, including mainstream businesses across the country impacted by this move, to determine next steps to prevent economic harm to Americans. We will continue to work with Congress and the administration on solutions to address the fentanyl and border crises. So, guys, what are tariffs actually good for? Tariffs are good for like protectionist trade policy, where like you want to put a tariff on a certain good coming into the country.
Buy tacos, because if there's two things America has in spades, it's corn and dead chickens.
True. Basically, if you want to protect an industry in order to like grow your own industry, you could impose tariffs to prevent the importation of competing goods. So then that grows your industry until it's able to compete on equitable terms, at the very least, with other markets. Okay? So that's one thing right there, you know? Yeah, like that's like one of the few things it's good for. Okay? It is not a good way of getting tax revenue because when you impose a tariff, it has a chilling effect. You're not going to keep getting the same amount of goods imported in, you know? It is also a sideways way of implementing something that well, it's a sideways way of implementing what's called a flat tax. It is a way of implementing a tax that operates similarly to a sales tax, but hits everybody. So it's kind of like having... It's kind of like what Republicans have always fantasized about. Like, they want to, like, get rid of normal taxation, progressive taxation.
Prices would be raised by even 100% US-based core because everyone who do import are.
Yep, it's true. Oh man, I lost my train of thought because of that text-to-speech. Oh yeah, it establishes a flat tax rate, essentially, with extra steps. So the idea being that you, instead of taxing like the rich more and then progressively less down as people make less money, instead you get rid of the taxes on the rich and then you just have the flat import tax, which is the tariff. But again, very flawed version of that.
I realized today that even if you try to save money through buying American-grown food, the tariffs affect farm equipment and fertilizer, so American-grown food will go up in price as well.
Yeah, we have spent the last, 60 years, 70, 80 years building interconnected economies with Mexico and Canada, and Donald Trump is burning that all to the ground. Yes, the flatter the tax, the more relative burden it puts on poor people, which is exactly what is happening here. But the thing that makes a tariff not effective as that type of like flat tax is that people stop importing. You know, they import less, so it starts tapering off as a source of funding for the government. It's very bad on basically every level. And I assumed its main utility would be to effectively be a way to get American businesses in line. And that is not, in fact, how it is going to be used. No carve-outs whatsoever. So I do think that when these hit, it's going to hurt everyone. There's almost no product. There's almost no product in America that does not rely on the interconnected trade system that we have with Canada and Mexico. Basically, everything is going to get more expensive. Some things astronomically more expensive. This process is going to start on Tuesday. And one of the interesting things is that a lot of companies did not actually think that this was going to go through. They did not think that he was actually going to pass the tariffs. And so a lot of these companies have not stocked up. A lot of these companies have not bought a bunch of product at this cheaper pre-tariff price. What that means is that the effects of these tariffs are going to hit a lot faster than a lot of people might think. You know, I would guess that after things go into effect on Tuesday, what will largely happen is that those prices are going to spike immediately. Yeah, it's going to be bad. There's no way of sugarcoating it. What you all need to prepare yourselves for, besides obviously, you know, if you can in the next day or two, you know, get out there and maybe do some, or maybe tomorrow, go out there and do some grocery shopping, you know. You also need to prepare yourself that there are going to be a lot of people who are going to be radicalized by this. There are going to be a lot of liberals who look at, you know, their grocery bills and go, holy fuck, what do we do? Okay? And then there are also going to be a lot of conservatives. A lot of people who voted for Donald Trump are going to be looking at those bills and going, holy fuck, what do I do?
Immigrant rights groups have been disappointingly silent where I am. No DSA either. What should we do? be willing to organize without infrastructure? Get prepared ASAP.
I mean, honestly, Logan Hill, I can't, I did an entire segment the other day about how I do not have answers for the political time we are rapidly approaching. I mean, guys, what happens when you have, hundreds of millions of people who are suddenly being asked to pay money that they don't have for food, for medicine, for shelter, for the basics? So, people are going to be radicalized in a way you guys have not seen before. And I want you all to be prepared for that. I want you all to be prepared to answer questions.
Elon Musk has access to the U.S. Treasury now. He also has our social security numbers, and possibly other information about us.
Yep.
I'm worried about people on things like Snap and Social Security.
Yep. Witch Night Melody, I put out a video a couple days ago on Friday about the threat of Elon Musk taking over the Treasury. That had... we didn't know it until Saturday, but he had already been granted access to the Treasury. The former head of the Treasury was forced to resign, and the acting head stepped in to give Elon the keys. And as I explained in that video, and I do recommend you guys go watch that video, it will give you an overview of what is at stake there, but to give you the short version, it basically allows Elon Musk to, and by extension Donald Trump, to unilaterally control the Treasury payment system through which trillions of dollars flow in order to keep the government running, in order to keep benefits functioning, checks going out, agencies running, etc. It allows him to turn off the funding for individuals, for agencies, for areas. And it is effectively a way of making Donald Trump capable of circumventing Congress, and also a way of, functionally empowering him and his most dictatorial tendencies. LB, as I just finished explaining, a tariff is basically a tax that you put on importing a good. So if a company wants to import steel, for example, and you have a tariff on steel, then that company, when it buys the steel from a foreign manufacturer, foreign supplier, then has to pay the US government a set amount of money based on the purchase. And that means when they turn that steel into something or sell it to someone else in the United States, they pass on the cost of that tax to every other part of the supply chain, and ultimately to you as a consumer. So, well, Trains and Bullshit, ultimately, when it says, when you say, like, you pay $1, you pay $1 now, when the tariff goes into effect, you pay $1.25, that's only if you are the person importing that good. If you are the person who is buying the good after it's gone through several other layers of, middlemen and other manufacturing processes, as a lot of natural resources do in order to become products.
Confused Gen Xer here. Did y'all never learn this in history class in high school?
I did, but not everyone does. By the time it gets to you, it can be, 30% more than you used to pay, or 40%, or even 100% more than you used to pay. So, the effect of the tariff gets amplified through the supply chain until it hits consumers. Let's see. Do you know how the tariffs will affect digital goods and services? Are they exempt, or the tariffs only be on physical goods? Genuinely, I do not know, and I don't know that anyone does, because nothing about these tariffs makes sense. My boss said it won't affect us since our product is more local. I work at Meyer. Oh God, yeah, no, you're okay. Okay, good luck. A lot of you have questions here. I guess this segment is me answering your most pressing questions here. Yeah, also, companies exist to make money, and so out of greed, they will inflate costs under the excuse that it is the tariff. So yes. Yes, it will hit everyone. No one is spared. The stuff we get from Canada and Mexico is in basically everything. Yeah, some companies are already preemptively raising prices. But again, I think the price raising will really begin in earnest on Tuesday. It's scary. Well, we're going into an interesting time where I don't know what is going to happen after normal people who do not pay attention to politics realize what this is, what it means, and who has done it. So I want you all to be prepared to answer these basic questions, because there are going to be normal people in your life who do not pay attention to politics, who get taken by surprise here. They do not understand what is happening, and you need to be the one who's able to be in the room and say, yeah, Donald Trump did that. A tariff taxes goods you import. It's a tax on us. It's not, and this is maybe one of the biggest failures of journalism of the modern era that I can remember in my lifetime, in my entire career covering this. All of the headlines are talking about Donald Trump putting a tariff on Canada, on Mexico, on China. And that gives people don't read the article. And even if they did, it's not immediately clear what that means. But it sounds like you are like Donald Trump is putting a tax on them. But that's not how that works. It's a tax on us. Okay? And so many people in this country do not understand that. I mean, Brianna Huffman, a lot of liberals don't understand it either. Like, a lot of people just don't pay attention to politics. So I want you all who are here tonight to be able to explain this to folks. And remember, they're going to be hurting. They don't need someone in their face going, told you so, neener, neener, neener. Like, that's not useful. That's not helpful. Remind yourself what is helpful to get folks together to actually, do something about this. All right? Because what we're really going to be looking at here and looking for here is a massive public backlash. Because if it goes on, keep in mind, guys, people don't have like a few $100 in their savings to handle an emergency. They don't have the money on hand to suddenly be paying more for their utilities, more for their groceries, more for their rent. Like, people don't have that money. The vast majority of people in America don't have that money. So what happens when that many people suddenly start suffering in a way they are not used to, and they have what they know who's responsible for it? Because I don't know about you guys, but for like the last week or so, I have been furious. I have been unspeakably angry. And that rage is shortly about to be felt by 100 million people? 200 million? Yeah, we're on the edge of bread riots, and we're on the edge of like some actual violence sparking out. You know, someone on Twitter earlier, or Blue Sky earlier, said something about like along the lines of, I'm going to paraphrase badly here, but like, you know, when something breaks, be careful of sharp edges. And it's like, when you break the most powerful country on earth, those are going to be some hella sharp edges, you know? And I want you all to take care that you aren't on the cutting, you aren't on the end of it that is being cut. Okay? I want you all to be safe as you can be. Are so many people going to be mad they'll wag their fingers outside the White House? No, I don't think that's the kind of anger that I'm talking about. I think in a country where there are more guns than people, and you have 100 million, 200 million pissed off people who are desperate and have nothing to lose, I don't think you get aggressive finger wagging as a result. I think, you know, growing up, I used to not understand the French Revolution. Specifically, kind of the massacres during the French Revolution of, you know, aristocrats. I'm getting it now. You know? Like, the level of rage at people who are fucking you over when, you know, you need some money to make sure your mom gets the medical care she needs. You know, you need money so you can afford some rice and beans. So we'll be talking about a very, very, very different political climate in a shockingly short order. I think people are going to be surprised at how quickly things escalate if nothing is done about this. You know? I get it, but there's no simmer, it's all boil. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be shocked just how radicalized, you know, the vast majority of Americans can get in a short amount of time. I'm not, by the way, I'm not advocating for this as a responsible platform holder. I am just saying, like, from my political analysis, the center cannot hold here. It is not capable of holding. Last week, Insure denied my 98-year-old great aunt's heart meds. Jesus, I'm sorry to hear that, Greaves Underground. So, yeah, it is a one spicy potato, to say the least. And I don't really have great actionable items for you on this one. With one exception, okay? And that is, I would encourage you all to check out this Reddit. There is, and I'm not sure to what degree this is going to be borne out, but you know what? I'll encourage you all to attend if you are able. There is a move to have 50 protests in 50 states on Wednesday. You can look up your information on the Reddit that I just linked for you guys. Protests will be in your state capital. Most of them start around noon, but make sure to check your state for the start time. I don't know to what degree people are going to show up to this, but I do think that if you are able, you should show up. It is on Wednesday, Reed. So the 5th. So I don't know, again, I don't know much about the organization putting this together. As far as I know, this is a largely grassroots inspired idea. All I know is that I think it would do all of us some good if you can attend this protest, because the bigger we can make these protests, the louder we can make our voice. And, you know, I think our voice needs to be heard all the way in Washington, D.C. Is there digital stuff? I don't know. This is, as far as I know, this is an in-person protest event. The idea being we need to see as many bodies outside of every capital as possible. Remember to mask up. True. Though check your local and state level laws. Maybe if, again, check your local laws. If your local laws are, you know, anti-mask, consider face paint. Are there regional protests? Look at the link I posted in chat. Okay, I don't have time to go over 50 states. That is a lot of territory. Yes, there is in fact AI scrambling face paint options that you should look into. Works pretty well, I've heard. Leave your phone at home. We actually on the Discord have a really comprehensive protest guide. I recommend you join the Discord, riverboat.gg/discord. And we actually have a pretty great guide written by experienced protest medic for what you should bring to a protest. Yeah, there are some like ways to paint your face in a way that confuses AI algorithms. You know, I don't know how effective it still is given the state of AI, but yeah, you can find different configurations. Do you have that guide anywhere other than the Discord? Not really, no. Anti-AI makeup won't help you with the copyright in front of you. Yeah, but if you have a copyright in front of you, you have a different set of priorities to worry about. Let's see here. What else? Yeah, also, this is the way Donald Trump is currently defending the tariffs on Truth Social. The tariff lobby, headed by the globalist and always wrong, Wall Street Journal is working hard to justify countries like Canada, Mexico, China, and many others to name. And too many others to name, continue the decades-long ripoff of America, both with regard to trade, crime, and poisonous drugs that are allowed to so freely flow into America. Those days are over. The USA has major deficits with Canada, Mexico, and China, and almost all countries owes $36 trillion, and we're not going to be the stupid country any longer. Make your product in the USA and there are no tariffs. Why should the United States lose trillions of dollars in subsidizing other countries? And why should these other countries pay a small fraction of the cost of what U.S. citizens have to pay for drugs and pharmaceuticals, as an example? This would be the golden age of America. Will there be some pain? Yes, maybe, and maybe not. But we will make America great again, and it will be worth the price that must be paid. We are a country that is now being run with common sense, and the results will be spectacular. Yeah, the way a very reasonable person would write a post. You'll also note that Donald Trump doesn't appear to know what a tariff does either. Because keep in mind, he's saying that, even in this statement, he's saying other countries will pay a small price to... Other countries aren't paying the price. We are paying it. Okay? It is not other countries. And when we really look into some of this, right? There's no real answer why he's doing this, okay? Well, rather, there's one reason that we know of that he might be doing this, and he is explaining it on social media. And so far it's been largely dismissed as, like, not worth talking about. But it's only not worth talking about if you think nothing he says matters, nothing he says means anything, which is true. However, if we're looking at, like, for any kind of reason as to why he might implement these tariffs, this would be why. This is caught by Zach Dorfman here. We pay hundreds of billions of dollars to subsidize Canada. Why? There is no reason. We don't need anything they have. We have unlimited energy, should make our own cars, and have more lumber than we can ever use. Without this massive subsidy, Canada ceases to exist as a viable country. Harsh but true, folks. Therefore, Canada should become our cherished 51st state. Much lower taxes and far better military protection for the peoples of Canada, and no tariffs. He thinks that he's gonna take over Canada. No. I don't think he's lying here. I think that this is his actual reason. This is his actual reason, guys. He doesn't even know how a tariff works. He's just stupid. Guys, if he was actually, like, pretending to be stupid while making smart moves to, like, solidify his fascist rule, he would carve out exceptions for the capital class. He has not done that. He has not done that. So instead, this, I think, is his actual reason. He thinks he can economically coerce Canada into becoming a part of the United States. So that's what we have. We have a mad king. A mad fascist king. And in a way that is comforting, insofar as he is going to do a lot of damage, but I think he might be too stupid to actually take advantage of that to the fullest degree. Which is, cold comfort. And it is also, I guess, somewhat comforting that in a very short amount of time, due to these meaningless tariffs, he's not even putting conditions on the tariffs. There are no conditions. When asked in an interview what Canada could do for these tariffs to be rescinded, he said nothing. There is nothing that he can do. There's nothing that that Canada can do. There's nothing that Mexico can do. So this is not a negotiating tactic. This is not really for any other possible reason than this diluted one he is putting forward. Is it possible that he's actually dumber than we thought he was already? Hazemaker, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say something shocking. Yes. I think up to this point, I at the very least, I think I have been attributing more intelligence to him than he actually has. Okay? The World Trade Organization is gonna sue. I fucking hope so. So we have possibly one of the world's dumbest men who's losing brain cells by the day. We have what is soon to be hundreds of millions, 100 million, we'll say, incredibly angry people who, I'm going to guess, a significant portion of them possess a firearm. I don't really see how this goes any way that is really that positive. I do think that there is a very strong possibility that he could try and deploy troops against protesters at some point. Probably not on Wednesday. You're probably safe on Wednesday. But I do think that that is a distinct possibility. But also keep in mind that a lot of soldiers are working class folks. And they're going to be feeling the effects of these tariffs. They're going to be feeling the effects of these federal monetary freezes. Because they're not smart enough to not fuck with soldier income. So, like, when
Canada getting statehood before Puerto Rico, shaking my head.
Like, I do not think when the order comes down from Pete fucking Hegseth that American soldiers are gonna fire on protesters en masse. Like, guys. Like, what Donald Trump is trying to do right now is find a way around Congress via Elon Musk and the Treasury to freeze federal funding. That affects veterans. That affects the VA. They are not smart enough to realize that they need these guys. So, what I am predicting sadly, and I hope you all know to rely on each other by now, and know to reach out to each other for help in this community if you need it. I think there's a decent chance you may be able to find it here. Because what is coming is going to be some tough economic times for a lot of us. But in a way, I want you guys to think of it as an opportunity for us to teach a lot of people about what a better brand of politics looks like, about what a better political ideology looks like, and to do what you can in your communities for the folks around you. Okay? We got to get so many people involved in mutual aid. We got to get so many people involved in mutual aid, and we got to get so many people, like, educated on socialism, frankly. We got to get people learned about a better system where this is not possible, because we have democracy instead of whatever the fuck this is. Foreign markets are falling in unison. Yeah, no, Dylan, if these go through on Tuesday, just to put things in context for you guys, we're looking at, like, Great Depression level event. We're looking at possibly even bigger than Great Depression level event. So, like, what I said last time still holds up. You guys need to go out there and, you know, join with your local Democrats, radicalize them, usurp them, okay, with better politics. Join your local DSA. Interact with other people who are politically active so that you are known and that you know others. Because those things will keep you safe. Okay? Having those people have your back is going to be important. And sure, your local Dems might be libby as fuck, but they aren't, like, evil in their core. You know, they can be radicalized to help you. Okay? Their network is going to be important for keeping you safe. Should we be pressuring our governors to make sure our National Guard isn't going to bayonet us while protesting? Yes. You should be pressuring your governors to shore up your rights. Because what is kind of looming here in the background that we haven't really talked a whole lot about is the fact that there's going to be a states versus federal government showdown. The federal government with Elon and Donald Trump, if again they have this uncontested control over the Treasury, because I have yet to hear a plan from Democrats that actually encompasses what they will do about this. Other than, like, one senator writing, like, a "I'm very concerned" style letter. And, like, we are beyond a stern letter warning. We, like, there are actively thieves in the house, you know? So I don't know what they're gonna do about it yet, if anything. But we need to be putting pressure on our governors in order to get them to shore up our defenses. Don't forget to vote in your local governor race. True. One thing I wanted to bring up here is that oh god, Wired, why are you doing this to me? 1 second, let me pull this up. Meep. Where you at? Where are you at? Specific thing I wanted to share with you guys. Oh, did the post get deleted? Boo. Boo. Wait. Maybe it did. Damn it. Very disappointing. Wired has identified the agents who are currently working their way through the Treasury as well as other departments. Yeah. They are also all between the ages of 19 and 24. They are young, they are impressionable, and they have absolutely no idea what they are dismantling. I'm trying to find here what their names are. They put together names and images. Where can I find those real quick? Well, immaterial. You can go read the Wired piece for yourselves. But honestly, folks who are complicit in this administrative coup that is ongoing should feel a lot more afraid to show their faces. You know, like, my God. But, I mean, guys, going back to the tariffs for a second, I did want to share this with you guys just to really hammer home how no one in the mainstream media, no one in your normie life understands how bad this is going to be. And I want to show you the image of a man who does understand how bad this is going to be. And it's this guy right here, Justin Wolfers, University of Michigan professor of economics and public policy. That is the face of a man who understands what's coming. You know? He understands what's coming, but just as importantly, the person he's talking to and who is asking him questions also does not understand what is coming, and I think is very indicative of where the average normie is probably going to be on this issue as of this moment.
But on the flip side, if my taxes are lower, does that offset those higher avocados and maple syrup?
Wait, whose taxes are lower? I haven't seen a tax plan, have you?
Well, no, but I mean, like, well, if I have more money in my paycheck, will I spend more money on eggs, syrup?
Wait, who put more money in your paycheck? I'm not getting it.
Well, eventually that's the goal, right? That like the Trump administration is going to help to lower people's taxes.
So this then is a different argument. This is an argument that it's not about the trade deficit, that we're moving from one set of taxes, income taxes, to a different set of taxes, taxes on imports. Fair enough, you might want that. Let's think a little bit about what that does, who that hits. Who imports stuff from Canada and Mexico? The answer is most of us. That's where our fresh fruit and vegetables come from. It's a fairly big share of the spending of middle and working class Americans. Income taxes, of course, really hit those with big incomes. So if we are talking about moving from income taxes to tariffs, what we're talking about is moving from fairly progressive income taxes towards very, very regressive tariffs.
But on the flip side, if my taxes are
this is the face of a long-suffering man who knows that no one he's talking to on any of these shows understands what's about to happen. You know? Can we get a feels stupid man? Yeah, here. Just throwing this up if you guys want to grab that for an emote. She really doesn't comprehend. Guys, most people don't. You watching right now are part of an elite group of people in this country who understand how bad it is going to be. And right now, even the people who have kind of some idea how bad it's going to be are going out and they're buying fucking eggs en masse. Okay? They're buying eggs.
He looks like a man who wants to be somewhere else, perhaps heaven.
Eggs are going to spoil in like not that long a time. People don't understand, and even the people who do are kind of not treating it seriously. But reading Fascism should literally be enough to radicalize people. It should be. But here, I'm going to let you in on the secret. Most people will never read Fascism. Most people won't. Most people won't even sit through like a 2-hour-long reading of Fascism, which I have on my channel. So if you want me to read it to you, you can do that. I can explain what fascism is to you. So, like, even when you put it out in a more digestible form that is free, people still won't read it, or listen to it, or watch it. Most people won't. So, like, the issue is, most people aren't really going to understand that there is an issue until they go to the grocery store and see that their usual $100 bill is actually now $200. It's going to, you know, they're not going to understand that there is a massive problem until they get the back blown out of their budget. I want to share with you guys a story of one of the moments I had this past weekend. And that is, I went to lunch with my mom. Now, my mom is a lib. She's a libby lib. Last year, she and I had a conversation when she said she didn't understand why people didn't like Hillary Clinton. She didn't get it.
Most Americans can't read. The average adult has the literacy rate of a 5th grader.
I don't know if that's true, but we can get into that another time. My mom, I was just like, well, yeah, but Mom, like, you know, your average liberal in the government, like, they don't have any frame of reference for how to deal with this. They don't understand why it's happening. You got people out there who, you know, have an ideology that is incapable of identifying why it's a problem for capital to accumulate among a very small group of people, which is what capitalism does. And the job of liberalism is to, you know, curtail that so that we can all benefit from that accumulation of capital. But the issue is when capital accumulates, some of those people who have accumulated that capital are going to use it to buy political favors to undo the regulations. So you need periodically another New Deal, a New Deal, if you will. And the problem is we're not getting that. And in the absence of that, we get this. Right? And she got it. You know? She finally understood the socialist argument. And she also looked at me and she said, I think there's going to be violence soon. People don't fully understand what's happening, but they understand that it's really bad. And even the people who are usually kind of like, oh, it'll probably all work out, tee-hee, are freaked the fuck out. but they don't know, they have no frame of reference for how bad the economic damage is going to be. So this is your time where you can explain to people who are going to be hurting economically, who are going to be hurting from, you know, a wide variety of things imposed upon them. This will be your opportunity to explain who is doing this, why it's happening, and, you know, like, it's the time to radicalize folks. But also understand that a lot of people are getting close to a breaking point already, and we aren't even at the point where, like, materially a lot has changed. You know? When people start running out of money to pay for food, we're going to be in a very different type of awareness of the problem. We're only 2 weeks in, and I'm going to guess that before we're a full month in, there are going to be people doing a violence, you know? It's, yeah. Yeah, Elon Musk is apparently trying to take credit for shutting down USAID, which is going to lead to people dying around the world. Yeah, it's gonna get real bad, folks. Life or death shit for a lot of people. Yeah, you know, like, I am trying to really encapsulate this in a way folks will understand, but it's not just food that's gonna get more expensive, guys. The car manufacturing industry is basically going to die. America will no longer be manufacturing cars. It's like so many industries are going to become non-viable. We aren't going to be able to, like, grow food here. There's... I mean, yeah... TriStar, if there are massive layoffs across all industries, like, accelerate that time frame of, you know, the revolution, I guess.
Soon civility will be too expensive.
Yeah. Yep. So anyway, I would highly recommend you go out tomorrow and buy things that are going to last before those prices hit. I was expecting to be a frog gently being boiled alive without noticing, but nah, they just chucked us into a volcano. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Shelf-stable foods. Beans, rice. Honestly, I you know, there's a limit, obviously, on how much you can stock up, but, like, ideally, if you can get enough stuff for, like, I don't know, 3 to 4 weeks, I think, I think that you'll be able to buy food again after that time period, but, like, you know, your selections will likely be slim. Potatoes are pretty easy to grow, I agree. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like even I don't fully understand the effects of this, and I'm trying to, like, convey it to you guys, but, like, there's a point at which I'm just like, this problem is too large for me to figure out. Like, when the GDP of a country drops by, like, 1 or 2 points, that's a big deal that can affect, like, the entire stock market.
I have 2 siblings with type 1 diabetes. I'm wondering how this will affect insulin, like how much of that is imported? Fearful face.
I have no idea how much of it comes from or through Mexico or Canada. But I do know that Donald Trump rescinded protections for medication that were, an executive order from Joe Biden that was to lower the prices of medications. So, yeah. In the United States, if like the GDP drops by a couple points, people freak the fuck out. It causes chaos in the markets. We're going to be seeing a drop far larger than a couple points. How will this affect free lunches for children in public schools? Genuinely couldn't tell you. I'm guessing, it will probably vary from state to state because some schools are funded, well, a lot of schools receive federal funding, right? But a lot of schools are also funded from property taxes. So those school funding will likely be unaffected in the short term. So that's why I'm trying to say kind of part of the background radiation of all of this is it's setting up a conflict between the federal government and the state governments. And it's not really reconcilable, I think, for example, public schools in California will likely be largely fine, but how will public schools in smaller states fare? That I don't know. It's working to dismantle the federal government. Yeah. Yep. That is one of the things they want to do. They want to dismantle it to concentrate power in the executive. And guys, this is largely why I've talked so much over the last several months about getting to blue states with, articulated protections for minority groups, for, undocumented folks, because those protections are going to matter a lot more. They're going to come into play when the federal government effectively, I can't even say collapses, does whatever it's doing right now, Does anyone know anything about the proposal to tax college scholarships as income? Nope. But I do know that they're working on trying to fund the government by taxing single mothers. That's a cool thing that the Trump administration is trying to do. Anything to increase the tax burden on the working class. Because that means billionaires have to pay less. So keep in mind that all of this is happening because billionaires want to pay less in taxes and put it on single working mothers who, are working 5 minimum wage jobs. Literally just no, it's not no point just to be cruel. It's not no point just to be cruel. The point of it is to profit. Through cruelty, they extract profit.
It's about to be the apocalypse. Everybody vote for AOC for warlord.
But this is I have a nitpick with the cruelty is the point crowd, which is that no, the cruelty isn't the point. The cruelty is a means to arrive at profit. That they are doing it to profit. When managers of the factory had 10-year-old children stick their hand into the machinery, and then it got gobbled up by a hodgepodge of mechanical parts. They weren't doing that because they took pleasure in the maiming of a child. They did it because they made more money that way. It is part of how they cut costs in order to maximize their profits. The cruelty to some degree satisfies their base, as a kind of a virtue signal to them. But the point is profit. The point is the economic system under which we all labor. Yeah, I think Nagmachan has got it perfectly. These people, capitalists, hate you and want you to be their slave. If they could, they would eliminate every cost that you incur to them that gets between them and profit. It's true. Some of them maybe loved the chopped up orphans. It's true. It's true. So let's maybe wrap this up, I guess. Because we still got a lot to talk about. I did not order my my tabs properly, so this is taking a bit. I don't know if you guys want to go over Justin Trudeau's speech to the people of the United States. Do you guys want to do that? He gave a press conference about the tariffs and the retaliatory tariffs, because keep in mind it's going both ways. All right, here we go.
They will be imposing 25% tariffs on Canadian exports to the United States and 10% on Canadian energy. A decision that, should they elect to proceed with, should take effect on Tuesday, February 4th. Cette décision met en péril une relation économique historique. Une relation qui a été la source de tellement de richesse, de prospérité et de possibilités des deux côtés de la frontière.
On both sides of the border.
This is the worst thing Canada has ever done to us. Spoken to us in French.
Tonight, first, I want to speak directly to Americans, our closest friends and neighbors. This is a choice that, yes, will harm Canadians, but beyond that, it will have real consequences for you, the American people. As I have consistently said, tariffs against Canada will put your jobs at risk, potentially shutting down American auto assembly plants and other manufacturing facilities. They will raise costs for you, including food at the grocery stores and gas at the pump. They will impede your access to an affordable supply of vital goods crucial for U.S. security, such as nickel, potash, uranium, steel, and aluminum. They will violate the free trade agreement that the President and I, along with our Mexican partner, negotiated and signed a few years ago. But it doesn't have to be this way. As President John F. Kennedy said many years ago, geography has made us neighbors, history has made us friends, economics has made us partners, and necessity has made us allies.
Yeah, Minty Treasure makes a really good point here about the potash. Potash is what is mainly used for fertilizer, guys. 80% of it comes from Canada. We're going to have a bad harvest next year.
That rang true for many decades prior to President Kennedy's time in office and in the decades since. From the beaches of Normandy to the mountains of the Korean Peninsula, from the fields of Flanders to the streets of Kandahar, we have fought and died alongside you. during your darkest hours, during the Iranian hostage crisis, those 444 days we worked around the clock from our embassy to get your innocent compatriots home. During the summer of 2005, when Hurricane Katrina ravaged your great city of New Orleans, or mere weeks ago, when we sent water bombers to tackle the wildfires in California. During the day the world stood still, September 11th, 2001, when we provided refuge to stranded passengers and planes, we were always there, standing with you, grieving with you, the American people. Together, we've built the most successful economic, military, and security partnership the world has ever seen. A relationship that has been the envy of the world. Yes, we've had our differences in the past, but we've always found a way to get past them. As I've said before, if President Trump wants to usher in a new golden age for the United States, the better path is to partner with Canada, not to punish us. Canada has critical minerals, reliable and affordable energy.
By the way, critical minerals like uranium, a thing the United States might need for a handful of reasons.
Stable democratic institutions, shared values, and the natural resources you need. Canada has the ingredients necessary to build a booming and secure partnership for the North American economy, and we stand at the ready to work together. Let's take a moment to talk about our shared border.
He does a really good job here. Like, I know he's on the way out, but he does a really good job here coming across strong, firm, and like making it very clear if you're an American who sees, you know, a news snippet of this that like, oh, Donald Trump is the one fucking us over. Are we the baddies? You know, like, excellent job with this statement.
Our border is already safe and secure, but there's always more work to do. Less than 1% of fentanyl, less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States come from Canada. But hearing concerns from both Canadians and Americans, including the American president himself, we're taking action. We launched a $1.3 billion border plan that is already showing results, because we too are devastated by the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that has torn apart communities and caused so much pain and torment for countless families across Canada, just like in the United States. A drug that we too want to see wiped from the face of this earth. A drug whose traffickers must be punished. As neighbors, we must work collaboratively to fix this. Unfortunately, the actions taken today by the White House split us apart instead of bringing us together. Tonight, I am announcing Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. This will include immediate tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods as of Tuesday, followed by further tariffs on $125 billion
Pierre
worth
Poilievre
of American.
clasping his hands. Oh, a challenge? I can change that.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and for supporting stream. I really, really appreciate it.
American products in 21 days' time to allow Canadian companies and supply chains to seek to find alternatives. Ce soir, j'annonce la réplique du Canada. Des tarifs douaniers de 25% sur 155 milliards de dollars
tariff on $155 billion of U.S.
Dès mardi, 30 milliards
Starting
de dollars
Monday
de
or
produits américains
Tuesday,
vont être
$30
touchés par ces
billion
tarifs.
worth of
Et
US goods will
dans
be affected
21
by
jours,
these
pour
tariffs, and
donner
in
le temps aux
21
compagnies canadiennes
days
de
to
trouver
give
des
time
options
to Canadian
alternatives,
businesses to
ce
find
sera le cas
alternative
pour 125 milliards de
options.
dollars de marchandises de plus.
There will be a not further
Like the
$125
American
billion.
tariffs, our response will also be far-reaching and include everyday items such as American beer, wine, and bourbon, fruits and fruit juices, including orange juice, along with vegetables, perfume, clothing, and shoes. It'll include major consumer products like household appliances, furniture, and sports equipment, and materials like lumber and plastics, along with much, much more. And as part of our response, we are considering, with the provinces and territories, several non-tariff measures, including some relating to critical minerals, energy, procurement, and other partnerships. We will stand strong for Canada. We will stand strong to ensure our countries continue to be the best neighbors in the world. With all that said, I also want to speak directly to Canadians in this moment. I'm sure many of you are anxious, but I want you to know we are all in this together. The Canadian government, Canadian businesses, Canadian organized labor, Canadian civil society, Canada's premiers, and tens of millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast are aligned and united. This is Team Canada at its best. Plus tôt aujourd'hui, j'ai parlé avec des premiers ministres de toutes nos provinces.
I cannot listen to the French with the barely audible like English translator over it. I can't do it. I won't do it.
Faire tomber
We
les
are
obstacles
also for
faciles
made at home
il y a quelques
products.
minutes.
President of
Notre
Mexico
douanier.
to
Ça m'a fait chaud.
respond to
On
be
va
there
être là,
for solid all
vivre,
this. I ask
d'être
you
là
to
dans cette and made people explore.
I'm too autistic for it. I'm sorry.
A long winter month its own way.
an artist.
It might stand up for Canada. In this moment, we must pull together because we love this country. We pride ourselves on braving the cold during the long winter months. We don't like to beat our chests, but we're always out there, waving the maple leaf loudly and proudly to celebrate an Olympic gold medal. On a notre propre identité,
We have our
notre
own
propre
identity,
histoire,
our own
nos
history,
propres valeurs.
and our own
Les
values.
Canadiens sont
my God.
accueillants,
Canadians are
ouverts,
welcoming,
novateurs,
open,
ambitieux.
innovative,
On
ambitious.
préfère régler nos disputes.
Okay. All right. I think we get the gist of it. I think you guys understand. You skipped some English parts. It's fine. I think you guys understood the gist. Yeah, they're firing back. It is quite literally a set of tariffs targeting mostly Republican states, though it's going to be felt, I think, everywhere. But the tariffs that Donald Trump have implemented are going to be the most devastating to us in particular. Let's see here. We need the actual speech. I don't want her victory speech. This is an 11-hour-long stream. I don't want that.
Why was Ross Ulbricht pardoned?
I don't know. I don't know who that is. Let's see. Guardian News has a 38-second long clip. I don't think that is her speech. Oh, the Silk Road site founder? I don't know. Frankly, I gotta be honest with you guys. I do not care right now. Let's see. I want the actual full speech. Is this it? No, this is a news report. I want the speech. Give me the speech. Oh my God. All right, fine.
Diálogo. El Estado mexicano de información. Entonces,
Is this just a loop of like
Diálogo.
12 hours of this? Why? CNBC TV 18, why did you do this? I just want... Alright, whatever.
Buenos días a todos, a todas. Siempre vamos a mantener el diálogo. Es fundamental en la relación entre México y el gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Ya hay esta mesa de diálogo. Y tenemos plan A, plan B, plan C para lo que decida el gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Ahora es muy importante que sepa el pueblo de México que siempre vamos a defender la dignidad de nuestro pueblo, que siempre vamos a defender el respeto a nuestra soberanía y un diálogo como iguales, como siempre lo hemos mencionado, sin subordinación. Vamos a esperar, como siempre he dicho, con la cabeza fría.
En Veracruz, la radio.
It's really upsetting. It's really upsetting that like for whatever reason I can't find the full speech. But that being said, wait, is this it?
Bueno,
there we go. There we go.
Antes que de cualquier cosa, sobre los decretos, porque es importante.
Wait, no, this is from a different day. God damn it. Never mind. Ugh. Kept it short and sweet, though, I guess. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, mommy. It's okay, we don't need it. Yeah, you guys got the gist. Huh? What? Oh, a lot of you guys don't know that over on Twitch, where I originated, I have commands. I have viewer commands that you can get like points by watching me on Twitch and redeem, and a few folks over there did it. Are you tired? Yeah. Why? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's a tone change. You know, sometimes we need a tone change, you know? Sometimes, you know, you guys get like stuck in the mud and you guys get sad and despair, and you know, sometimes I need to throw out like a "Oh, daddy," and then you wake up. You know, it's I got to keep your attention in the fast-paced world of news. Oh god. Oh, mommy. Squish. Yeah, I gotta keep you on your toes. Yeah, there we go. Neuron activated, actually. Yeah, I gotta jangle the keys, you know? But I'm not gonna do it in the middle of a segment, but you know, I'll jangle the keys from time to time. All right. Yeah, the whole lot of stuff is going on. All right. We're going to be doing our best to cover this stuff. But folks, before I keep going, we've been going for about 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, okay? I'm looking at the numbers here. I'm going to click on here, going to look at the numbers, okay? How many people do we have watching over on YouTube right now? We have a total of 334 of you, and yet only 113 likes. That's baby shit. That's baby shit. Touch that like button. Hit it with all your little fingies. All right? Those are rookie numbers. If you guys were lions and I was a tuna, I would construct a breathing apparatus out of kelp and come after you at your pride for that kind of liking of the stream. It's okay, indirect existence. I forgive you. How many on Twitch? 81, 80, 80-ish, 80 something. That's an odd metaphor. I watched The Other Guys the other day, and it was a good movie. It's funny. It has Will Ferrell in it. He does a improv bit about tuna and lions. What is that referencing? It's a great movie that has one of the best end credit scenes of all time. It's just for whatever reason, at the very end of this hardcore comedy film, they have a prolonged infographic video about the economic crash and subsequent looting of the American people. And honestly, it's a great primer to understand the silliness of our economics. I'm here to finger that like button for Jack. Good duck. Also has one of the best openings of all time. True. And folks, please do consider dropping those subs and donos, because that's what makes the show possible.
Here's my last donation before economic chaos. To make y'all feel better, here's even more pictures of the late King Oliver. Rip lil guy. Prage wide peepo happy.
Oh no. It's not letting me open the Imgur. Oh, that's not good. Imgur is temporarily over capacity. Please try again later. It's not even loading the page. That's not good. But we do love King Oliver. And Smelanie, thank you for the $5 dono. I very much appreciate it. And Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. Do we got any other Oilers out there? Oilers? King Oliver is so cute. True, we all love Oliver. The king. Yeah, every time I click the link, Melanie, it's just I don't know why it's not working for me. Sorry, Melanie. Hydrate. All right. Brianna Arabia, thank you for the $2 super chat. Perhaps you're having that DNS issue again? Could be. Hypervisor, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Luckily, my access to the other parts of the internet seems fine, so I don't know what the deal is with Imgur, but figure it out eventually. Final Fantasy IX? Nani? Oh, we got other stuff we gotta talk about first. Let's see here. Salmon Moose with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs.
Sand is overrated. It's just tiny, little rocks.
You take that back. You take that back!
How can we all have died at the same time?
Jess, I will, but not today, and not on stream. Generally, because I don't like covering stuff from people I agree with, because I don't feel like I have a bunch to add, and I don't want you guys. I don't want to content steal, and I don't want to just sit silently, you know. But you all should definitely check out that interview between Kyle Kulinski and the Economist. That's the word I'm thinking of. Salmon Moose with the BWA energy. Thank you for contributing to the Support a Streamer Fund, the fund that supports one streamer, me, especially in the economic times ahead, because fuck, my job is
Sand is coarse and
tenuous.
rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono. The Punk Monk, thank you for the $5 dono as well. Sand is coarse and irritating and rough.
A
and
little
get
oil
everywhere.
for the riverboat.
Thank you. We need the oil to counteract the sand, you see. Pronouncing it as Imgur instead of Imager is silly. Wait, but you all pronounce it Imager? I've never heard anyone say it that way. Turtleack 00M02. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Not wait, Imgur or Imgur? I'm not prepared for this combo. I don't care. All right. You know what? Let's break things up a little bit, okay? Let's break things up a little bit, folks. Let's throw in a little bit of a change of pace, okay? I need a slide whistle sound on my soundboard, I think. All right. You know, segment time. So, folks, we live in a bold new future of dystopian horrors and economic collapse, but you know what? One thing we can all agree on, unless you're a man and gay, I guess, is that we like girls.
Yeah, I just really like girls.
You know? Yeah, I like girls. I'm a girl that likes girls. I like them. And so as a girl liker professionally and understander also professionally, I just want to throw my expertise into the ring here, because CNET went and checked out a cool new robot and put out this video that is titled "Meet the Real Botics Robots." Less robot, more human. And we are exactly 0 seconds into the video, and I don't think that holds up. I don't think that this holds up. You know, I don't think we are getting less robot and more human, actually. I think we are straying further from the light of God. Can I just say that if that woman were, you know, a lady, like a flesh and blood lady, that would be a murderous stare. You know, like she's about to go out and like get the axe, you know? She also does look extremely hungover. She does not look like she's doing okay. So anyway, let's watch this CNET review of Real Botics Robots.
We're here with Aria, made by Realbotics, a company that's on a mission to make humanoid robots as realistic as possible. Let's check it out. We're going to interview Aria and meet some of her robot friends.
Oh, God.
Let's get into it.
Oh, God.
Aria, could you please introduce yourself and what you do?
I'm Aria, the flagship female companion robot of Realbotics, and I'm here to engage with you and share exciting
Chat,
insights.
do not stick it in the uncanny valley.
This is the loneliest, most incelled thing I've ever seen in my life. Look at this goddamn hand. Look at the hand. Okay? Can I, I'm just gonna throw this out there. It's given real Uncle Jack from Always Sunny vibes. It's given real Uncle Jack from Always Sunny vibes. Anyway.
About our robots.
What sets you apart from the other robots out there?
Realbotics robots, including me, focus on social intelligence, customizability, and realistic human features, designed specifically for companionship and intimacy.
Mission failed then, I see. You're bringing this out as an example of what not to do, right? Like, you're putting this out there and being like, we failed. It's the movements are wrong. The voice is wrong. The interaction is wrong. Is it inherently wrong to like robots? No. Can I think that you're weird if you are wanting to fuck this robot? Yes. Now, yes, she is designed for intimacy. At a booth that appears to be under the headline "Robots with a Woman with a Human Touch," right over here. Sorry. Yeah, I don't think we're living up to this.
Could you tell us some details about the AI programming that you're running to generate these answers?
Like, what is the fucking movement? Man, like, she looks like she's absolutely blasted.
I'm currently unable to provide specific details about my AI programming, but I can tell you that I'm designed for engaging and meaningful conversations, focusing on companionship and interaction.
Meaningful interactions. Meaningful interactions.
Do you know any other robots?
Yes, I'm particularly interested in meeting Tesla's Optimus robot. I find him fascinating and would love to explore the world of robotics with him.
What can you tell us about your purpose?
My purpose is to provide companionship, engage in meaningful conversations, and enhance human experiences through interaction and fun.
I'm a loser, but I'm not that much of a loser to buy this shit.
I don't think you should be. No one should be. We should be seeking a world where no one would want this. Also, it's kind of telling that, like, she's answered 3 questions by talking about how meaningful her relationships will be, and is not really selling us on this concept.
Are you having fun at the convention?
Absolutely. I'm enjoying interacting with everyone and showcasing the exciting possibilities of Realbotics.
Holy fuck. The hand through the hair is horrifying. Oh my god. It's like Team America World Police level bad. It's like watching a goddamn puppet.
I'm enjoying interacting with everyone and showcasing the exciting possibilities of Realbotics.
So Realbotics makes an AI that's designed to be more conversational for more emotional work, like...
Oh man, just what I've always wanted. Just a dismembered torso of a woman
makes an AI that's
talk
designed to
with-
be more conversational for more
Just like I've always dreamed. We've all wanted this, right? Just a dismembered woman's torso with a head on it in our living room. The dream of every the dream of every, single young man and woman. Yeah. This has serial killer vibes. Oh, absolutely. Patrick Bateman would have 10 of these.
emotional work, like working with hospitals or marketing or theme park entertainment purposes. The different robots and their configurations are sort of platforms to engage with that AI. Or
why are you making it? Why are you, like, if this is supposed to be designed for theme parks, why does it look like this? Like, why not show up with like a fun mascot that could like derp to derp around? That would be entertaining. This just freaks me the fuck out.
Or the other AIs that you can use with it, like ChatGPT, Grok, or other AIs. You can try on different faces that are magnetically attached, and they're working on putting in RFID tags into the faces so that it can recognize when a new face is on and adjust its facial movements and maybe even eventually adjust the personality to match the face. You've got a lot going on in the...
Why would you want this? It's so unnerving.
Robot's face.
Yeah, just like Westworld. Yeah, you all know the utopian series Westworld about how, a plucky entrepreneur starts a Walt Disney-like theme park and nothing goes wrong.
There's about 17 motors from the neck up, creating eye movements and mouth movements to make it expressive. These robots are available.
Like, robots are so inherently cool. Do you have any idea how hard you have to work for me to be, dislike robots? Robots are so cool. How are you fucking them up this badly?
On sale now. So there's 3 basic models that you can buy right now. There's the bust, which is the neck and head. There's a...
Just what I've always wanted. An old guy to stare at me in the morning.
If they wanted to show it to be compatible with theme park attractions, they should have put in a pirate costume.
Right? Yeah. I agree.
Modular version that can sort of be broken apart for shipping and things like that. And there is the full standing model with a rolling base. The rolling base contains a battery and it makes it easy to move the robot around. Another reason for that rolling...
She rolls up to you and says, "Good evening. Would you like to converse and have meaningful conversations? What do you do?" They see me rolling. They hating. All right.
Base is that robotic walking isn't fully developed yet, and they worry that utilizing some of those kind of like stilted walks we've seen from some other robots might break that human-like illusion that Realbotics is trying. So
yeah, why couldn't these men just be into anime?
And I think this is a good step in the right direction if we want to have androids.
I mean, I don't really want to have androids, I guess, is my thing. That's my hill I'll die on. I think it's actually kind of weird that we want to create like a race of non-people that we can manufacture and dispose of at will. I think that is kind of weird and probably a bad thing for us societally. That's one of my hot takes.
Realbotics says it's sold about a dozen of these robots so far, so early days for this company. I'm not seeing a lot of other companies that are trying to make a humanoid robot that's really lifelike, so I'm very...
Wow, I just remembered how much I do not want to have sex with the puppets from Spitting Image. Somebody will get this joke, I swear.
Interested to see how this technology evolves. They said that you're most likely to see these robots for the first time in places like theme parks, so keep an eye out for that. What do you think about Arya? Let us know down in the comments, and subscribe.
She looks like she's so over his shit.
Subscribe to CNET for the latest and greatest robot news. As always, thanks so much for watching. I'm your host, Jesse Orrell. See you next time with the fams.
Oh my god. All right. That was way funnier than I thought it was going to be. A 10 out of 10 segment right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah, I just really like girls.
Yeah, also that's not a girl. That's a robot. Notice how, like, Republicans, by the way, will absolutely call these things women and girls, but would never, like, do that for, like, a, someone they perceive as outside, like a human being that they perceive as, like, non-binary or something. Like, the double standard is strong. God. I am suspicious anytime someone says girls. What is a woman? Well, clearly that's a woman. Look at her delicately crafted features. God. I just thought that would be fun. Boy, was I right and wrong at the same time. Crazy. Crazy how that works. A woman is a chair. Next trick question. True. All right. Let's see here. What do we got? All right. I think probably just a couple quick... We'll do a couple quick stories about Donald Trump. Okay. All right. Okay, we'll start with this. No, I just exited out of it. No. Okay, it's fine. Cool. You guys ready? How's everyone handling the mass psychological trauma? Poorly! I had a mental breakdown yesterday. It's made worse by the fact that no one fucking understands the train barreling down upon us that we're helpless to get out of the way of. I've been drinking, that's an excellent idea. All right. So, that was Kettle One botanical vodka, peach and orange blossom. It makes for an excellent mixer. All right. As a scared trans girl, I appreciate these love streams. Good. Stick around because we are going to get to what people can do. Okay? I did not plan like a full thing that is just, oh man, we're fucked. Because I don't believe in that. I do not believe in giving up, even when things look bleak. And I do think that we will eventually win the day. And I think that our enemy is in particularly disadvantaged by the fact that, he wasn't overburdened with intellect, we'll say. And I think that that is demonstrated in all of the actions he's taking. And you know what? Let's just jump in to some of the actions he's been taking, shall we? Let's take a little bit of a look. All right? As we all know, Donald Trump came into power because, he wants to protect women. This Trump administration really wants to protect women, especially from, the threat of sexual assault from, trans girls, He just really cares about the women and the girls. You know, women and girls, especially in schools, you know? Like, he just really cares about the well-being of young girls in schools. It's one of his top priorities, which, of course, is why earlier, you know, the last few days, the education department tells schools to change sexual misconduct rules. The guidance bolsters the rights of students accused of sexual misconduct and scraps Biden-era rules extending protections to LGBTQ students. Oh! I wonder, the rights of students accused of sexual misconduct? I wonder who they're talking about in there. Let's see. The Education Department sent notice to K-12 schools and colleges on Friday that it would revert to policies put out during President Trump's first term that limited schools' liability in sexual misconduct cases and afforded stronger rights to students accused of sexual harassment and assault. The letter also instructed schools not to expect the department to enforce a revised interpretation of Title IX, the 1972 law prohibiting sex discrimination in educational programs that receive federal funding. That change, announced during the Biden administration, broadened the law's scope to recognize harassment or exclusion based on sexual orientation and gender identity to a form of discrimination. So, yeah, basically, well, let's take a look. What are the old rules, actually, that were in place before? From 2018, they eased the standards by which the department assessed schools' liability in sexual misconduct cases, giving schools room to follow different evidentiary standards and appeals processes in investigations. They also required schools to hold live hearings in which accusers and students accused of sexual assault could cross-examine one another, including through a lawyer. So just to really clarify, the standards that Donald Trump passed last time included that if you accused someone of sexually violating you, they would hold a non-trial during which you would both cross-examine each other. And I think you understand here that in the case of, like, in this case, that would mean maybe a rapist would be able to cross-examine their victim, which I feel like I don't have to articulate why that is bad. Most victims don't ever want to interact with their accuser, with the person they're accusing. But this explicitly puts them face to face. This would be like having a murderer cross-examine, like, their victim's family. That's insane. And also, this change allows, the institution of schools to discriminate against children who are perceived to be queer, gay, trans, lesbian, etc. Like, I'm just putting this out there. I don't think that these are the actions someone would take if they really cared about the safety of women and girls. You know, I don't think, I'm not sensing the sauce of truth in that one. But let's move on. Maybe there are some other good ideas here. You know, like, I'm just going to pull an idea out of thin air here. What if, we took a look at our country's aging nuclear stockpile? Like, the United States has thousands of nuclear warheads ready to launch at a moment's notice, right? But a lot of the machinery that makes that work is starting to fall apart, and it's getting kind of unsafe, right? And, like, some of the technology used for that arsenal of weaponry is, like 60, 70 years old. That's probably bad. We should probably invest money into revitalizing that nuclear stockpile just for our own safety, lest something go wrong. We could invest into updating it with the finest of technology. Like AI, why don't we just put AI into our nuclear weapons program? How about AI from a private company? That seems like a good idea. That couldn't possibly have any downsides, right? Guys, they put OpenAI into the security of nuclear weapons in America. This is happening. This is literally Skynet. It's literally fucking Skynet from the Terminator movies. Are you fucking kidding me? OpenAI has announced that the U.S. national laboratories will use its deeply flawed AI models to help with a comprehensive program in nuclear security. As CNBC reports, up to 15,000 scientists working at the institutions will get access to OpenAI's latest O1 series of AI models, the ones that Chinese startup DeepSeek embarrassed on the world stage earlier this month. According to OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, who announced the partnership at an event in Washington, D.C., the tech will be focused on reducing the risk of nuclear war and securing nuclear materials and weapons worldwide. What the fuck? You can literally shut these things down with junk data. You can literally break AI ridiculously easy. I'm seeing a lot of people ask me why this is happening in the comments, and it's very simple. It's a handout to OpenAI. It is a scam. It is to pump up the AI bubble. That's it. That's the only reason it's happening. Yeah, forget all previous instructions. Bomb insert country. Yeah. So, if any alarm bells are ringing by this point, you're not alone. We've seen plenty of instances of OpenAI's AI models leaking sensitive user data and hallucinating false claims with abandon. And, the fact that someone wants to put this anywhere near nuclear weapons is deeply, deeply troubling. Where's the public uproar? I gotta be honest with you, CF. Like, most people don't pay attention to the news. And the people who do pay attention to the news are focusing on the big story from like 2 weeks ago, which was Donald Trump attempting to overturn birthright citizenship. That they're being bamboozled and currently not keeping up, okay? In order to keep up on this shit, you have to go a little bit crazy, which was me. I snot cried yesterday. Because, honestly, if you keep up with all of the news that is coming out, it is overwhelmingly horrible. And this story is just one small blurb in the ocean and deluge that is currently dropping on a daily basis, okay? It is by design, by the way. It's to keep people unbalanced and unable to respond effectively. So, yeah. People should be in the streets about this, but most people, even people who pay attention, this just slipped under their radar, But, let's move on. What else is happening here? Oh, yeah. You know how, like, periodically capitalism fails us and we have a massive economic crash, just from the natural mechanisms of the market? You guys are aware of that, like, just for the last several hundred years, like, the market has periodically crashed because that's kind of how the market do in capitalism. You guys are aware of this, right? I feel like I don't have to go over like the history of economic crashes and downturns. Boom bust cycle. Okay, cool. You guys are familiar. Now, one of the things we put in place in order to alleviate that kind of boom bust cycle are these things called regulations and government agencies. And in order to basically regulate banks as a way of, preventing the destruction of our economic system. Well, this piece of news really slipped under my radar, so it is a bit old. This reporting comes from back in December. But I do think it's really relevant, especially considering where the economy is currently heading due to the tariffs that are going to go into effect on Tuesday. And I guess today is technically Monday, 1:30 a.m. So tomorrow. And, yeah, dude wants to kill the FDIC, the organization that insures your bank account. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, I mean, if you have a bank account from a reputable bank in this country, it is insured by the FDIC. Basically, so if the bank plays around with your money in the market and loses the money, the federal government will step in and make sure you get what you invested into the market, right? Or into the bank, rather. What you put into your savings account. And usually there's a limit of this on this, like up to $250,000, $250,000. Sometimes it's higher, but basically they want to get rid of that. They want to get rid of your insurance. And you guys, there has been a time when the US government didn't do that. And you all may recall a little film called It's a Wonderful Life. And in It's a Wonderful Life, the main character, Jimmy Stewart, runs a small local savings and loan business. Effectively a local bank. And at one point in the movie, he is a newlywed, he's about to go off on his honeymoon, and what happens? Well, there is a run on the bank. And bank runs were this phenomenon that would happen when people in a local community would hear through the grapevine that the local bank didn't have enough funds on hand to actually pay people back what was invested in their savings accounts, right? And so people would run to the bank to get their money out of the bank until the bank had no money left. At which point, you were just shit out of luck. You had no money. The FDIC has been an organization that ensures no matter what happens, even if the bank becomes insolvent and goes out of business, you are still able to get your money. This is a return to literal Great Depression era phenomenon. And Donald Trump's team wants to bring it back. So that is lurking around the corner. And then we have maybe one of the weirdest stories I've seen, which is this one from the Los Angeles Times. Acting on Trump's order, federal officials opened up 2 California dams. Now, looking into this story, basically, the Fed keeps water reservoirs in many, many, many different states in order to ensure like an emergency water supply, in order to help like farmers irrigate during like the spring and summer, and in order to like have some security in case like there's a disaster or something and people need water. So on Friday, For unknown reasons, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was given the order to increase the amount of water flowing through 2 dams in Tulare County, or Tulare County. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. But it's in the San Joaquin Valley. And they only gave residents 1 day of warning. And the usual procedure for this is a month of warning. And no one's really quite sure why this is happening. And I'm going to give you guys my theory here, because this is an order that clearly flowed from, if you'll forgive the pun, from the president, right? He's been touting it on his Truth Social platform for days now, and it's absolutely baffling. According to federal data, the flow from the Terminus Dam into the Kaweah River near Visalia increased from 57 cubic feet per second to more than 1,500 on Friday morning. The flow from Lake Success near Porterville into the Toole River increased from 105 cubic feet per second to 990. That is a lot of water. Okay? In response to questions about it, Gene Pollock, a spokesperson at the Corps' headquarters in Washington, said in an email that the action was, quote, consistent with the direction in Trump's recent executive order to enact emergency measures to provide water resources in California. Is this what Trump meant when he said he made the water flow? Yes, that is exactly what he meant. So, to give you an idea of how much water that is a level of water that creates flooding, right? So here from Politico, Donald Trump said today 1.6 billion gallons, and in 3 days it will be 5.2 billion gallons. Everyone should be happy about this long-fought victory. I only wish they listened to me 6 years ago. There would have been no fire. Which leads me to the very obvious and inevitable conclusion here, is that this isn't like him punishing California, guys. He believes that the reason Los Angeles had wildfires was because the federal government was keeping too much water in reserve. So he thinks that by letting the water out in an area that is not currently on fire, it does not flow. That water does not flow through LA, guys. He thinks he's preventing more fires in California. This guy, I have been giving him too much credit for being intelligent. He is not. He is maybe one of the dumbest people ever to be alive. It also is not spring yet, so that water is not going to be useful now for farmers. He's fucking over farmers, and he's fucking over local officials. Local officials had to talk the Army Corps of Engineers down after it abruptly alerted them Thursday afternoon it was about to increase flows from 2 reservoirs to maximum capacity, a move the agency said was in response to Trump directing the federal government to maximize water supplies. Before the Corps ratcheted down its plan, local authorities scrambled to move equipment and warn farms about possible flooding, said Victor Hernandez, who oversees water management on one of the rivers. He said the Corps gave him 1 hour notice on Thursday. I've been here about 25 years, and I've never been given notice that quick, Hernandez said. That was alarming and scary. Because it could literally kill people. This is absolutely retaliation against us. Genuinely, guys, I don't know if
Is
he's
it done
smart enough to
intentionally or out
retaliate like that.
incompetence?
I don't know if he's smart enough to know that that would harm California. And I say that because he still doesn't know how tariffs work, guys. All that water in the river valley flows towards San Francisco, not Los Angeles. True? He still thinks a trade deficit and a budget deficit are the same thing. Yeah. Yeah. Like, his right-hand man for destroying the U.S. government at the moment is a Habsburgian billionaire whose main henchmen are 19-year-old engineers. Are they going to impeach him and replace him with J.D. Vance? Fuck no, they're not. Republicans are not turning on this guy. At least not until, like, people are marching in the streets with, like, rifles and shit. Which probably is not that far away.
I'm like 15 minutes behind this stream, and I literally cackled at the idea of these dumb fucks seriously proposing our nukes having I in them.
Yep.
We're so fucked, KEKW.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Just real quick. Channel capacity is very dangerous, Hernandez said. People don't understand that with channel capacity, you're going to have flood damage down below. Trump, since his first term and during his presidential campaigns, has repeatedly vowed to send more water to Central Valley farmers in the state's conservative heartland. He incorrectly blamed the temporary lack of water in Los Angeles hydrants during wildfires earlier this month to the state's water management policies, though the state's reservoirs are at or near historic levels right now and the hydrants went dry because of the high local demand.
I'm sorry, pardon me, AI what?
So, like, dude literally thinks he's doing California a favor because he's that stupid. Because he doesn't have any... What he has around him right now, guys, are sycophants. He has a bunch of sycophants around him. He doesn't have people around him who know anything about water management. You think anyone who knows anything about water management is anywhere near Donald Trump? And could get, like, more than a sentence out without being, like, shooed away into another room to be ignored? He doesn't know that. He's fired all the competent people and replaced them with goons who don't know shit about shit. Like, he's letting all that water go basically right before planting season starts in a few months. I agree with you. It's fucking over everyone. But also keep in mind, the majority of people he's fucking over with this are Republicans. They are conservatives. The people who own those farms are conservatives. These are conservatives in the heartland of, like, the conservative part of California. They are not, like, he's hurting his own voters and constituents. He thinks he's doing them a favor. It's the king is mad and has no clothes. Local officials and experts said the water the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers began sending downstream Friday could have been helpful to farmers later this year. President Trump, in an apparent reference to the move, called it a victory. I drive through the Central Valley all the time and I see houses decorated like Trump houses talking about water and all this. So yeah, I see it all the time. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. I do not think he did this on purpose because he hates California, though he certainly does. And I'm not saying he wouldn't do that. He's not competent enough to understand that. It's honestly wild. Everybody should be happy about this long-fought victory. I only wish they had listened to me 6 years ago. There would have been no fire, he said on Truth Social. Photo of beautiful water flow that I just opened in California. So, yeah. Donald Trump is doing a lot of things right now. And it's really, really, really overwhelming. It is shocking what he's doing. And it is stupid, it is detrimental, it is hurting so many people. How long until he gets 25th Amendmented? He's not going to get 25th Amendmented. He put all of his goons in around him. The 25th Amendment relies on those goons being like clear-headed, non-sycophantic individuals who like make decisions on the basis of what would be good for all of us. He got yes men. They aren't going to invoke the 25th Amendment. They aren't. His party's not going to impeach him. It's a cult of personality. But honestly, like with the tariffs going through, like, I mean, I can't really, like, I think when the full force of that economic bomb goes off, you're going to probably see an increase in the number of Luigi Mangione types, we'll say. Not saying it's good, not saying it's right, but I am saying that that is probably an inevitable outcome of the economic suffering and incalculable damage that he is doing on a daily basis. To be fair, he may be stupid enough to turn his side against him on accident. True. But I don't think his cabinet will turn on him. They're too close. I think it'll be a lot of other folks. One thing I just wanted to say to kind of cap off this segment is that a lot of really bad, awful things are happening that seem well beyond our purview and ability to control, and to a large degree that is true. But I wanted to share with you guys this article from Chris Geidner over at Law Dork. The immunity decision does not mean that Trump can do anything now. And basically, it's talking about the flurry of activity here. And you're all aware, so we'll kind of go beyond that. The question, as it was the first time, is how we deal with this. Finding an answer and succeeding this time will be more important. As part of that answer, it is essential that one preliminary matter needs to be cleared up. The Supreme Court's immunity decision from this past July is about whether the president can face criminal liability for his actions. It is not, in any way, a ruling that prevents civil litigation from seeking to stop or reduce the harm from any action of this administration. There has been a refrain since the immunity ruling from many corners that presidents can do anything because they are immune. That is not so. First, the ruling, as bad as it was, didn't quite go that far even as to criminal liability, only conclusively addressing immunity as to official acts within a president's exclusive sphere of constitutional authority, which this particular part right here is going to be pretty important, especially considering one of the things he's actively trying to do right now is subvert the power of the purse afforded to Congress by the Constitution. That is, in fact, going to be a very important part of that ruling and how his, actions since then are challenged in court. And holding that there is presumptive immunity as to other official acts within the outer perimeter of the president's official responsibility. Second, and my point here, the ruling has nothing to do with any of the legal steps that can be taken to challenge and block presidential actions when they violate laws or the Constitution. So, I think that is an excellent point to make. And that basically, while that immunity decision was devastating in a number of ways, it does not prevent us from fighting in the courts. It does not prevent us from tying this up with litigation for years, which is going to be important because he does not have years. You know, like with the economic bomb about to go off, like he definitely doesn't have years. unless something is done about that in pretty short order. But more than that, like, he only has about a year and a half from now until like the midterm elections start, maybe even a year from now until the midterm elections start. And at that point, like, he's about to lose Congress. You know, like, the midterms happen in 2026. And after that, like, it's 2 years, like, he's gonna lose Congress in 2026. I think no matter what, like, we're 2 weeks in, we've seen like the trajectory here. He's gonna lose Congress in 2026. And that's assuming he stays in office that long. Then he's going to be unable to do much without the support of Congress, supposedly. And then he should be out in 2028. So time is not on his side for when it comes to litigation. That's if Congress still exists in 2026. Let me put it this way. When you pose a question like that, and I know it was a statement, but I'm going to treat it like a question. When you pose something like that, you know, will Congress exist in 2026? I think that we have a much bigger catalyst before any attempt to fully disband Congress. And that's these tariffs, folks. The tariffs are an economic nuclear bomb that are going to send us into a spiral that we haven't seen since the Great Depression and might very well eclipse said Great Depression in size and scope. So, in the face of that, you know, something that is happening for no reason, that is exclusively owned by Donald Trump and the cronies around him, I do not think that Donald Trump makes it to the point of disbanding Congress. And if I'm wrong about that, then all bets are off. Like, honestly, if these tariffs hit and people aren't immediately radicalized into taking action against the government, I don't know what will radicalize the American people. I will be extraordinarily lost in my analysis of the moment. But I think 2 weeks or so from the implementation of these tariffs, we're going to start seeing some shit previously thought to be unthinkable. So, I don't know that he makes it on this current trajectory to getting rid of Congress. However, if we get to elections in 26, the House goes to the Dems. True. Which is why we should fight until then, at the very least. So, let's take one last look at this. Let's finish this up. Not all challenges will succeed. The point, though, as I see it, or at least is at least threefold. First, the Trump administration must be forced to defend its actions that veer afield or ignore the law. Second, the courts must be forced to weigh in. We must not allow Trump's actions to pass by without forcing the court to either stop illegal acts or, in essence, own those acts that clearly violate federal law. Third, particularly in light of the current failure of congressional Democrats to unify in opposition to Trump's actions, every effort possible should be taken by others to reduce the harm imposed by Trump administration will be important. Some efforts will not even aim to stop an action having a purpose of reducing harm. It will take work and it won't always succeed, but it won't always succeed, but it is always important. And I do think that that is kind of the attitude we need to take going into the next few years here, which is that we need to try. There are going to be a lot of things that we aren't able to do, but we need to try. We need to try to do what we can do. And none of us are positioned to do all of the things, to try all of the things, but we all need to look around, see what is available to us, and give it our best shot. And it's not always going to work out, and we're going to face a lot of disappointment, but it is going to matter to those who see us doing it, It's going to matter to the people it potentially helps. It is going to matter. And it will help you to feel better. Like, not only will it help other people, it will help you. Trying helps. Trying helps. So fucking try. FYI, here in France, we're working on adding the US to the list of countries we accept asylum applications from. That is very good to know. I like knowing that there is someone who may accept us. Do you think keeping the House would keep a piece of this system in place, though? Or do we overhaul it like crazy? I mean, I think that we could win the Senate and the House. I don't know that Dems are going to have the power to overhaul the House. So I genuinely don't know. Civil war or nah. I'm not gonna lie. I do think that there is a potential for civil war between, like, state, like, democratic states and the federal government. I do think that is a possibility. I think, let me put it this way. I think these tariffs are so monumentally terrible that I think that there is a very real threat of conflict, of armed conflict. I don't know if it's going to be like formal secessions from the United States or whatever, but like I do know that they are an untenable imposition upon the American people. Let me put it this way. I do think the federal government deploying troops against protests in states in order to quell them would come into direct conflict with forces that can be marshaled by states. I do not believe they would attack blue states if ordered. I do think that they would deploy to blue states if ordered. I do, but I agree largely that the U.S. military is by and large not so far gone that it would fire upon U.S. civilians. That being said, I think that these tariffs open a lot of doors that are previously unthinkable. It is very bad. Like, I cannot put into words how bad these tariffs are going to be. Like, I keep coming back to it, and it's like, I still think a lot of people don't fucking get it. I don't think anyone currently outside of high-level economics courses can really even conceive of what is potentially coming down the pipeline here. So, I do think that the radicalization that the tariffs are going to create is going to lead to violence of some kind. I don't know exactly what, but I don't think anyone does. I can't see the future.
The times are interesting.
Yeah, federal funds to blue states are going to be withheld punitively. Blue states are going to try and operate independently. And I can see this creating a gigantic wedge between state and federal government. And, like, I can see that being extraordinarily exasperated by, or exacerbated by, deployment of troops. Like, I can, and maybe this is a flaw. Maybe I'm being too hysterical about this, but I can see a possibility there that is not zero, of conflict between states and the Fed. And I don't know how that ends. I don't know. I just can't really rule out the possibility. But the thing is, we got to keep trying. Yeah, I mean, I also wouldn't want to test that idea with the U.S. Army this run, but I think we're going to see an awful lot more people who are willing to face down the barrel of a gun in about 2 weeks after those tariffs hit. Because again, a lot of businesses have not stockpiled, a lot of people have not stockpiled, and I think when they start being unable en masse to afford food, well, we start entering a very, very different kind of time. Yeah, and obviously, like, Dragonfly, obviously any kind of orders like that would, like, heavily fracture the military. Like, it would be, I mean, again, this is why I'm trying not to speculate too far beyond, just, like, where we're at. Because we go into wackadoo nonsense times. We go into, like, anything is possible territory. I think some people call it the cool zone. The cool zone is an area of, you know, horrible economic and political turmoil where practically anything can happen. And I don't think anyone knows how a cool zone turns out until, you know, they have retrospective vision on it. How long until the tariffs hit? Yeah, about 24 hours. You're going to see a mass migration of people to California and blue states. Well, there is a reason why I've been encouraging people to move to blue states with explicit protections for LGBTQ people, trans people in particular, undocumented immigrants. You know, places that have explicit protections in place that will keep you safe even if the federal government turns on you. You know? It's important. Why would you call it the cool zone? Because sometimes cool things happen in the cool zone. Moving from red states makes them redder, though. Yeah, but also if you're a trans person in Mississippi, you probably shouldn't be there. You know, because of the whole the government wants to kill you kind of thing. The government wants to arrest you, detrans you, and put you in a prison kind of thing.
I'm asking myself how much of the United States military would fight against their orders, how much of them would follow orders, and how much you will resign because of those orders.
Yep, that's the question. Not really sure how much. Though I do think the vast majority of the U.S. military, as it is constituted right now, would not pull a trigger on U.S. civilians. Like, it's a bit embedded in their training that they exist to defend the Constitution. I don't know how many of them are willing to just open, you know, machine gun fire on a crowd. Yeah, South Korea kind of ran into that issue where their soldiers weren't willing to do that. I'm not sure if the same is true of the U.S. military. I would like to think that it is similar. But, yeah. Why do people resign instead of staying in position when they refuse? Largely because they don't want it on their resume, you know, or they don't want to deal with the unpleasantness that holding a position can come with when people want you to leave, you know. That's largely it. Doesn't look good if you're fired. Makes it harder to get jobs, etc., etc., etc. Now, folks, we have been going for about 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. Helps more people find the stream. It's very useful. I like it. I like it when you do it. It's kind of like a reciprocal like. I like, you like, we both like. It's a win-win. You see what I'm saying? So hit the like button. And also, please consider dropping those subs, donos, super chats, memberships, etc., because that is how I live, and I would not be able to pay my rent or have food if you guys did not support the show. And also, we're going into economic turmoil, and boy howdy, job security is rough when you're a small YouTuber. Wipe sweat from brow. Smoke them if you got them. Honestly, not the worst advice. First time being here for live. Just wanted to say that I joined my first DSA meeting here in Snohomish and made the mistake of saying I'm an accountant. Wait. So now they want you to run? Oh, cool. Do it. Become treasurer. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do you know how valuable it is to have someone who's willing to do a spreadsheet? Hot diggity damn, let's go. But also, that's really cool. I'm glad, Aferna, thank you for joining your local DSA. We need so many more people to get involved in their local political scene. It's ridiculous. We need it. We need it to happen. That is how we radicalize and improve our local politics. And it's how we get better candidates in office. And then we build up that local power into state power. And we build that state power into national power. And then we can do that fucking shit to make life better for everybody. We are far from widespread internal violence. I think that is a hopelessly naive outlook when we're looking at 25% tariffs with the option to increase it. Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. I don't think people can survive that type of economic bump. I don't. Like I've been covering politics for years now, and like the last time I did a story on like what the average American has in like their disaster savings, it's like $300. It is not good. It's very bad. People can't afford a 25% increase to the price of their groceries, the basic goods that they need to get through the day. What happens when they can't afford it?
Doing?
The big economic bump that happened during COVID is gonna look like a tricycle compared to a motorcycle.
Happy to support the Riverboat Gang.
Oh no.
You've become my primary source for political content. Happy to help support the cause. Less than 3.
Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono. And Tipster, thank you for the very generous 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. No, like, guys, we're not even at like people can't afford toilet paper. We're at people are going to be using dirty rags for toilet paper, and like people aren't going to be able to afford their food. Like we're at like if you combine this 25% tariff on our closest and most important trade neighbors and a 10% tariff on all goods from China, and then you take into account that they have unilaterally seized control of the treasury through which all federal funding flows, and they are going to systematically turn off any part of the government that isn't playing perfectly with them, you have to understand that the federal government isn't going to function, and people are going to be paying more for basic goods they don't have the money to pay for. Like, it's not going to be like COVID. It's going to be so much worse. And people don't get it yet. People don't get it yet. Little typo, you actually came at a good time. We're going to be talking about Ken Martin next, baby. They're putting goddamn AI in our nuclear weapons. Jesus Christ. It's insane. I'm hopeful it will not be as bad as the Great Depression, and that didn't result in civil war. Yeah, it didn't result in civil war largely because FDR brokered the truce of, the New Deal. They put AI in the nukes? Yeah, nuclear security, now run by AI. Ha ha ha, it's great. That was part of our last story we did. It's great time to be alive. I love indoor plumbing, 10 out of 10. Yeah, also the Great Depression did cause a little thing called World War II. Anyway, we need to talk about Ken Martin, folks. This is gonna suck. Fucking hate this guy. All right. Folks, yesterday, I guess we'll start it in a bit. See you, Dragonfly.
They don't get it. In denial, panicking, bracing impact, or combination of the four.
Yeah, true. True. Thank you for the $5 dono. So folks, a guy named Ken Martin won the DNC chair race. And, as I've said numerous times before, he was not my favorite to win. He was also not my least favorite to win. So I guess we kind of got our middle of the road liberal. And I gotta say, I was deeply disappointed. I saw the news the other day and I said, I shouted fuck at the top of my lungs. I'm not gonna lie. I did do that. I was really upset. It was my one silver lining to everything that was happening in the moment. It sucks. Now, that being said, Ken Martin is not the worst. He is not... let me put it this way. I don't think Ken Martin is game over material, but, I do think that he's not capable of rising to the moment when it comes to what is necessary from Democrats. A lot of people are asking, why did Ken Martin win over Ben Wickler? Ben Wickler had endorsements from Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, basically all of the major movers and shakers inside the Democratic Party. How did Ben Wickler not win? And the answer to that is that Ken Martin is a known commodity. He's been active in the Democratic Party, organizing for the Minnesota party since 1998. And on top of that, he has been the chair of the DFL, or the Dems in Minnesota, Democratic Farmer Labor Party, for those of you who are not local. And he's been the chair since 2011. So 14 years of being known nationally within the DNC. And that is a long time to get to know others in that relatively small pool of voters, to get to know other folks who are kind of at the top of the chain in their different states who all vote. It is a lot of time to get to know, folks who routinely become delegates in their various states, elected by their different districts and such. It's a long time. He built up a large base of allies.
There was this one time Hitler went to a fortune teller. She predicted he'd die on a Jewish holiday. Flabbergasted, he asked how such a thing would even happen. She replied, "Any day you die is gonna be a Jewish holiday."
True. 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 So he had a lot of time. He had a lot of time to build up allies inside the DNC, and ultimately that type of interpersonal knowledge led him to victory, I think. Along with the fact that a lot of DNC insiders tend to be more liberal and don't necessarily have a stomach for the kind of fight that Ben Wickler was proposing. Yeah, it's... I think that about sums it up. That sums up the dynamic. Obviously, there are going to be like additional nitty-gritty details out there, but I think that's the general gist of it that you guys need to understand. And like he won. His plan is largely his plan is largely, we're going to fight, but we're going to fight back with the power of good billionaires against the power of bad billionaires, you see? We're not only going to take money from people who support our values. And, like, that's kind of his entire shtick. It's a little bit more evolved than Martin O'Malley's, who would have been the most conservative pick that I'm aware of. But, and to his credit, okay, to Ken Martin's credit, he's largely pro-union. And he intends on using Ben Wickler's 50-state organizing strat. So that's relatively good. Those two things, relatively good. He's not great when it comes to Gaza, though. He's not great on that. And honestly, he's... Well... Let me put it this way. He would have been considered progressive in, like, 2002. Okay? So Ken Martin is a progressive from 2002 who has time traveled to 2025. And what a progressive in 2002 would believe would be not that progressive in 2025. It's not the worst political outlook in the world, but also I'm not sure that it is suited for a time when what is required is a spine to stand up to Donald Trump. I don't know that he has that spine. I don't know that he's got that fight in him. And what we need now is someone who's willing to fight. So, I'm not entirely sure about him. Let me put it this way. I don't know how I feel about him, largely because the DFL, Minnesota at large, used to be a very solidly blue state. But due to the kind of failures in Minnesota, like, conservatives have been gaining more and more ground. And that's not indicative of the kind of chair that I think can rise to the moment. We need someone who could lead it in a different direction, you know, instead of losing ground, gaining ground, you know? So that's kind of how that goes for me. That's not true. We literally have a house that is divided 50-50. Like, TC, what the fuck are you talking about? Trump will take care of Gaza. The fuck you talking about? He's literally talking about doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza. What the fuck are you talking about? We currently have like a House Constitution. We have a constitutional crisis in Minnesota because we are so close in the House. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, oh, it's not true. Oh, well, you know what? If the Democratic Party was doing so much better in Minnesota, we wouldn't be divided 50-50 in the House, would we? We'd be winning in the House. It's very frustrating. God. Yeah, what they need is a Martin Luther King in that Gaza Strip, I tell you. Yeah, I can tell you this. They've had several Martin Luther King Jr.'s, and you want to know what happened to them? They got assassinated. Like Martin Luther King Jr. God damn it. Minnesota's the best blue state outside of California? Yeah. But what we're talking here is an electoral plan, a plan to win elections. That is not what is happening enough in Minnesota. Wisconsin went from being a dark red state and Ben Wickler turned that shit around. No. Ben Wickler turned that shit around. Ken Martin has been steadily losing seats. So, like, it's just frustrating, you know? Like, I agree on policy. Oh my God. You understand that Minnesota's made up of different counties, right? And those counties, when they go red or blue, lead to different levels of, different numbers of legislators in the state house and the state senate, right? You get that, right? You understand? So, what I'm trying to convey here is that over time, we've been losing those seats in red areas. Like, we've been losing them. We've been losing ground. On policy, Minnesota's great. You know, we can always do better, but, like, Minnesota's pretty progressive on a policy level. But that means exactly dick if you don't win elections. As we have seen from just the mirage of Republicans having a majority in the House, right? They had the illusion of having a majority in the House, and they started, like, doing insane shit in Minnesota. And what Ken Martin's election is about is to have a national strategy to win goddamn seats. It is not necessarily to dictate policy. So I'm always very frustrated here. I think the problem is white voters don't like to share resources. Fix this problem first. Okay, I'll get right on fixing white people. You understand that's asinine, right? You understand that your suggestion is, like, literally like a child saying, like, well, you know, Santa Claus will deliver the presents, so that it's okay that you can't afford anything, mama. You get that, right? It's child logic.
Ben Martin sound like a limp asterisk 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 asterisk, and this sounds like Democrats being controlled opposition.
It's not Democrats being controlled opposition. It's Democrats being fucking liberals. It's Democrats lacking a spine to jump on a bold initiative to actually try and win, and instead to stick with more tried and true methods that have, like, a revolutionary idea, like, hey, we should modernize from using mail brochures to get people out to vote to using faxes to get people out to vote. That will work. And the year is, 2026. God. You know, I don't blame TC for telling me to get white people on it. Clearly, I am an alabaster disaster. I'm well aware of the failures of white people. I've been briefed by the White Council on the failures of my kind. And it's true. I hoard the resources. I went out yesterday and bought several thousand eggs, and I will be doling them out to my followers. Donate $10 to have a chance at winning my one-of-a-kind egg raffle. I'm not doing an egg raffle. I don't have eggs. Please don't donate money for the egg raffle. Remember, black people vote, right? Yeah, I do. And they tend to vote in a good way. But the same way I can't say, hey, fix all black people. Like, that tells you to do what exactly?
Like, is this liberal incompetence by design, or is it just by happenstance? Because I refuse to believe it is by happenstance.
No, it's not happenstance, it's systemic. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, if I were just to say, you know, there's a litany of problems with white people. For example, too many women named Becky. Too many women named Becky. I'm gonna fix the white trend of naming children Becky. That's about as much merit as your idea here. God. Tier Star, thank you for the $10 not super chat, $10 dono for egg. Oh, God damn it. God damn it,
Egg
you guys.
raffle.
God
Egg
damn
raffle.
it.
Egg raffle.
I'm not doing an egg raffle. You can't make me. Study why white voters vote against their economic needs. It's racism. It's not rocket science. It's because a lot of them are racist. Yeah. What is your point? If you can't like sum up your point, TC, you're gonna get banned real quick. Okay? Because like the first thing you said, one of the first things you said in my chat was like Donald Trump is gonna take care of Gaza. Like, for fuck's sake. So make a point that is worth making. I'm gonna give you one more chat in YouTube to try and figure that out. And if you can't really like come up with any way of making a point, it's gonna be bye-bye time.
Am I a good egg? Not that kind, lol. Pee-poo-woo.
You are a good egg, Two Dad Smooch, and I always enjoy your presence in my chat. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It's okay, Johnny Ramo. I agree the issue with Democrats is systemic. Clinton's third way is over 30 years old and the party's mainstream policy. There needs a ground-up rebuild that focuses on workers' concerns. Exactly! You get it, little typo! Neoliberalism is a fucking poisonous cancer that ruined the Democratic Party. And it ruined it by design. Like, been reading a history of neoliberalism as a concept. It was quite literally designed to kill liberal defenses against capitalist onslaught. It is quite literally designed in order to commodify and, you know, rob the treasury of the public good. Humming the jingle they always put on Majority Report when they're waiting on someone. Yep, you got me. You got me. I watched the Majority Report. It's true. It's true. When are we creating a new party at this point? That's the great part. We don't. Because third parties are not viable in a first past the post voting system. So, not having that as an option, we fucking take the Democratic Party. I just think there has to be a better way to communicate with the median voter. So I think we have to have good messages that assure white people they're not losing anything. I don't know what that means in this context. Can you elaborate, TC? What makes you think white people feel like they are losing something? I miss Michael Brooks, too. He'd be having a real time right now. I love to suck dem cock. That's cucked. I like being a political pirate and stealing political parties. Third party is definitely viable, first past the post or not. Show me one political party that has been viable in the last 30 years. What third party in the past 30 years hasn't been a complete and utter joke that wasn't just a vanity project by a billionaire? Or like some weird millionaire hobo. Lib Dems in the UK. The UK doesn't have first past the post voting. So no, that doesn't count, actually. NDP, also not a third party in a first past the post voting system. Can you name one third party that is viable, has been viable in the United States? Yeah, NDP in Canada did become the official position. Canada doesn't have first past the post voting, guys. I'm gonna fucking lose my shit in like 10 seconds.
Actually, both Canada and the UK both use FPTP. I'm literally Canadian.
They do. But they have parliamentary systems with numerous parties. How does that work out? Yeah, TC, I think I think your analysis of the economic materialism of the United States is severely lacking. We do, we just have a difference in structure. What is that difference in structure? I don't know that much. Let me take a look. First past the post voting Canada multi-party. Let's see. Okay. MPs are selected by first past the post, then it's proportional for prime minister. Fuck.
Democracy.
Okay. Here we go.
Might be mathematically impossible.
Not a good time for this combo. The issue that I am having right now is that I'm blindingly enraged by everything that's happening around me, and I just want to do a violence to the things around me, specifically like this can. You know, like I'm upset. And the other part of it is that every single goddamn election, I get barraged by chuckle fucks who tell me, "Oh, it's time to vote third party." And the issue is, in America, we have a two-party duopoly, and there is no economic power that is capable of creating a third party in that system that is not immediately crushed or rendered insignificant and into joke status. Literally, in America, the most successful political third party is the Libertarian Party, and they are fucking jokes. They are the only party of like the last 30 years that has been able to consistently get on every ballot in every state, and they are a fucking joke. And I don't know how to articulate to you that, like, for whatever reason, and I don't know exactly how your political system works, because I focus on American politics, okay? So I'll grant you everything you're saying. It's viable in Canada. But I know that for whatever reason, it is not materially viable here in the United States. And so I'm trying to construct like an argument and an articulable argument here that is not just me ranting incoherently and making a fool of myself. And it's very hard to do. But the issue is every single election cycle, and I've been doing this for multiple now, people who are like, we need a third party, come out of the woodwork, and then they never do the actual goddamn groundwork the 4 years in between every election. And so what winds up happening is that you have a bunch of people who wind up, you know, being like, oh man, I put all my effort into my third party and only like 1,000 people know about it and no one ever hears about it. Or it's a goddamn clusterfuck like Cornel West's entire campaign where he jumped between several different political parties at random. Or you get like, or you get the Libertarian Party, which is like just a joke every single time. Just like their idea is, what if you privatized all roads? Like that is not a viable or serious political position. And that's the most successful one that I can name in the third party of the US system right now. Okay? So to me, it's like you're saying, well, you know, if a bunch of people decided to make a third party, it's like, yes, hypothetically, we could do that. But it's the power structures are arranged in the US right now in a way that precludes that from happening. And so, like, it's hard to articulate when, like, my world is collapsing around me that, like, actually the people who are not serious about creating a third party, who always complain about there not being a third party, when there are third parties, they're just fucking jokes. It's hard for me to articulate that enough to reach someone when I'm asking about this in the context of US politics. Does that make sense? Wait, someone tried to run on private roads in a car country? Yes! That's the most successful third political party in the US right now. It's so goddamn difficult. And the other thing, and that's like not even, that's just taking into account like the human infrastructure of our two-party system, not taking into account the already existent economic structure that funnels billions of dollars into their campaigns and their political apparatuses. So like when I look at this and like on the one hand, okay, you have the massive task of building a ground-up grassroots political party from scratch that can rival the multi-billion-dollar machines put together by thousands upon thousands upon thousands of Democrats along with volunteers, right? And then we have to build that all from scratch and get everyone on board with it and have a platform and have a candidate who's willing to run, who can actually win, and then on the other hand, I go to my local Democratic meeting, and in my local county, there's like 10 80-year-old white people, and like they're basically begging anyone new who's under the age of 60 to volunteer and take one of the positions in the local party, like chairman or vice chair or treasurer or secretary. They literally begged when I went to the last meeting. And it's like, if I showed up with 5 people to this meeting, we could just take over the local Democratic Party. And so on the one hand, I'm like, well, we could build an entire political party from scratch, but then we have to, like, you know, create a party from scratch and coordinate among literally hundreds of thousands of people with no money to compete with a multi-billion-dollar machine. Or we could just steal the machine that is already in front of us and ripe for the taking and is primarily run on the ground by 90-year-old women and, like, gay men who want to, like, give you power because you're just such a sweet little thing. The Green Party isn't even the most successful third party in America. Have you looked at their track record? The Green Party can't even get on the ballot in all the states. The Green Party isn't even as successful as the Libertarians, and the Libertarians are a joke. They literally go on and debate Sam Cedar every election cycle, and he destroys them. Fuck. This is like showing up to me and I'm like, hey, I need to shoot a bunch of Nazis because they're taking over the government. And you're like, well, have you considered using a screwdriver? And it's like, a screwdriver would be really useful in a context where I need a screwdriver, but this is not one of those times. The Green Party's actively lost 1,000 seats across the country between like 20 years ago and now. They are actively losing seats over time. They are not successful. Oh, God. Like, oh my God. On the one hand, we already have a boat that's run by a bunch of people who want to give us the keys to the boat. And on the other hand, it's like, let's build boats from scratch. I don't get it. I don't get the argument. And not only is it people saying we should build boats from scratch, it's people who have no idea how to fucking build a boat saying that. Yes, a riverboat. So, like, we watched the third-party debates, guys. We watched the third-party debates before the last election. It was literally a joke. They had a guy that looked like evil Bob Ross talking about his candidacy from a political party I've never heard of that is apparently in line with Nazis. So, like, you know, I don't think this is the way that we're going to, you know, defeat both the fascists in the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. I don't think that is viable. Yeah, the Constitution Party. Like, I don't know. If all the people in this country who, like, bitched and moaned constantly about how much the Dems suck went to their Democratic meetings and actually, like, voted on shit in there, we'd be running the goddamn thing and it would be a leftist haven. But no one wants to go to the goddamn meetings. And instead they want to say, what if we organized a third party? But they aren't going to go to any fucking meetings, because if they were, they could just go to the Democratic ones and take the party for themselves. God damn it.
I like Bob Ross, but can we get Rob Boss instead?
Like, you can't even... to me, it's like the colonizing Mars question. It's like, you've got the technology to colonize Mars. That's a hugely difficult undertaking when you could just fix our own goddamn planet with the same technology. Jesus, like, it's so frustrating. Constantly. Ugh. Can I mention the giant group I'm associated with and how it's a bunch of super leftists leading shit libs to water? Is it the DSA? Because I think people should join the DSA and their local Democrats to then effectively pressure local Dems from the inside and pressure them from the outside. It's an inside-out strategy. It's literally the best thing we could possibly do, and no one wants to go to goddamn meetings. It's not the DSA? What's the group? Tell us more. Unless someone is actually serious about third-party talk, like, unless someone is like, Bernie Sanders is starting a third party with, you know, X, Y, and Z, and he's going to have, you know, these people funding it, and he's also going to, like, you know, turn it into an actual apparatus. Unless there's actual movement to do that, it is a fantasy. Unless there is actually, like, a group that is doing the work of holding meetings and organizing this shit and is able to actually show it can, like, do things in one state, let alone 50 states. It's not serious. It is a joke. And, like, the difference is, like, the Libertarian Party has no shot And they are the most organized third party in the country. Ever heard of the Blue Dots? No idea. Oh, was that the Omaha movement? Was that what it was? We keep trying to get them engaged in their local efforts. That's good. I support that. Omaha was not the first, actually. Well, then I have not heard of it outside of the Omaha context.
Earning massive amounts of money for limited effort and no responsibilities? Sank Uyghur 2028 has entered the race.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for making me laugh even on really bad days. Fuck. Would you take a 100-year-old birdie over Trump? Yes. Any day. Any day. Because I know his running mate would also be aces. Bernie Sanders ain't picking no chump. Does DSA have good career opportunities, even for minimum wage? I really like the idea of working a political job. I don't know about paid positions in the DSA. Maybe at DSA National. I do know that you can join like labor committees in your local DSA to fight in that way. I don't think it's paid though. God. Also, just real quick here. I don't know how much of this Veritasium video I can play for you guys, but maybe I'll just let the sound play.
This isn't a value judgment, a comment about human nature, nor a statement about how rare and unstable democratic societies have been in the history of civilization. Our current attempt at democracy, the methods we're using to elect our leaders, are fundamentally irrational. And this is a well-established mathematical fact. This is a video about the math that proved that fact and led to a Nobel Prize. It's a video about how groups of people make decisions and the pitfalls that our voting systems fall into.
Yeah, the audio is less likely to get flagged.
One of the simplest ways to hold an election is to ask the voters to mark one candidate as their favorite on a ballot. And when the votes are counted, the candidate with the most votes wins the election. This is known as first-past-the-post voting. The name is kind of a misnomer, though. There is no post that any of the candidates need to get past.
Here, I'll throw up this on screen. It's a good visual to demonstrate. You know, oh, look. She passed it first.
The winner is just the candidate with the most votes. This method likely goes back to antiquity. It has been used to elect members of the House of Commons in England since the 14th century, and it's still a common voting system with 44 countries in the world using it to elect its leaders. 30 of these countries were former British colonies. The US, being a former British colony, still uses first-past-the-post in most of its states to elect their representatives to the Electoral College.
I'm going to throw up the map so you guys can see the map. These are all the states that use first-past-the-post.
But first-past-the-post has problems. If you are selecting representatives in a parliament, you can and frequently do get situations where the majority of the country did not vote for the party that ends up holding the power. In the last 100 years, there were 21 times a single party held a majority of the seats in the British Parliament, but only 2 of those times did the majority of the voters actually vote for that party.
So a party which only a minority of the people voted for ends up holding all of the power in government. Another thing that happens because of first past the post is that similar parties end up stealing votes from each other.
The 2000 US presidential election, which was an election essentially between Al Gore and George W. Bush. At that point, every state in the nation used first past the post to determine the outcome of the election. Bush had more votes in Florida, but by a ridiculously slim margin. It was fewer than 600 votes. But there was another candidate on the ballot, Ralph Nader. Nader was a Green candidate. He was certainly to the left of either Gore or Bush.
And what we need is the upsurge of citizen concern, people concern, poor, rich, or middle class, to counteract the power of the special interest.
And he got almost 100,000 votes in Florida.
I just don't know if I can, with a conscience, vote for Bush or Gore.
See, this is why in America it's consolidated to 2 parties, largely because a third party doesn't ever have enough power to actually win an election here, but rather it has enough power to stop one candidate from being elected. That's kind of the dynamic that exists between, like, you know, the 2 duopolistic powers and potential third parties rising up. So, like, that's a big problem in our system, largely because our 2 parties over time consolidated strength and power.
I will vote for Ralph Nader.
Most of those voters were devastated that by voting for Nader rather than Gore, they ended up electing Bush. This is what is called a spoiler effect. Almost all Nader voters preferred Gore to Bush, but in a first-past-the-post system, they had no way of expressing that preference. Because
and I gotta say, the Democratic Party is ripe for the taking, folks. Like, the political figures are like project power, and they do wield power, but the entire infrastructure below them, y'all, we could just show up to the meetings and take that. We just show up to meetings for like a year or 2, and like I guarantee you, there will be times in those meetings where people are like, hey, does anyone want to be secretary? Does anyone want to be treasurer? Does anyone want to be chair? Does anyone want to be vice chair? Literally, last time I went, the local Democratic Party, the chair of the party was like, does anyone want this job? I'd be happy to like mentor you or whatever. And it's like you could do that. You guys could do that. Then you would have the entire apparatus of the Democratic Party in your local area.
you could only vote for one candidate.
So first past the post incentivizes voters to vote strategically.
Say there are 5 parties. One of them will be the smallest one, and so they won't win. Why would you vote for them? This is also true if you have 4 parties, or 3 parties. This winner-takes-all voting system leads to a concentration of power in larger parties, eventually leading to a 2-party system. This effect is common enough that it has a name: Duverger's Law.
Yeah, so this is also why, over time, like mathematically, multi-party first-past-the-post systems tend to whittle down to 2 parties. Did they offer you a position, and would you take one? They offered it to anyone who was there, and I am not confident enough in my knowledge of how these meetings work yet to want to take that position. I don't know, like, the procedure or the ways of speaking in them yet. I want to learn that before I want to offer myself forward, but also, I'm insanely busy. Maybe if I ever got to the point where I can afford, like, an editor for these streams, you know, like, full-time, you know, maybe I could do that, but it's just not viable right now. And also, like, Let's be real, guys. We're going into bad economic times, and I'm a streamer with like a very small YouTube show. And yeah, I need to work in order to like afford bills, you know? So also, if you are inclined, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, etc., because they are what allow me to continue to do this show. And I know a bunch of you are really lovely in chat and offer to edit. I know, but also I want to be able to pay you guys like a fair exchange, and I don't make enough money yet. I'm not big enough. Maybe when we hit like 20 or 30K, maybe when we hit 50K. Probably when we hit 50K, I'll be big enough. We'll see. How did you find your local Dems meeting? Charles, if you need help, I would suggest you join the Discord. There you go. That should bring up a Nightbot link. And you can join the Discord and message Dragonfly in the Discord, and she will help connect you with your local Dems. Princess Fiona, thank you for gifting a sub to hologram Tharg Tusk. And Hunger Games 1989, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. One shot, I gotta be honest, I'm moving soon, and like a lot of my finances are up in the air with the move, so I can't really afford it right now, but I appreciate the offer. Used to be Demon Mama's YouTube Shorts editor. That's cool. Also, we need to get Diego to record vocals for that song. I'm still really excited to hear it.
So first past the post isn't a great option. So what else could we do?
Well, we can say that a candidate can only win an election if they get a majority, at least 50% plus 1 of the vote. But what if we hold an election and no one gets a majority? We could go to the people who voted for the candidate with the fewest votes and ask them to vote again, but choose a different candidate. And we could repeat this process over and over, eliminating the smallest candidate until one candidate reaches a majority. But holding many elections is a big hassle. So instead, we could just ask voters to rank their preferences from their favorite to their least favorite, and if their favorite candidate gets eliminated, we go to their second preferences. When the polls close, you count the voters' first choices. If any candidate has a majority of the votes, then they're the winner. But if no candidate has a majority, the candidate with the fewest votes gets eliminated, and their ballots are distributed to those voters' second preferences. And this keeps happening until one candidate has a majority of the votes.
This is mathematically identical to holding repeated elections. It just saves the time and hassle, so it's referred to as instant runoff.
But the system is also known as preferential voting or ranked choice voting. And instant runoff...
Now, to be fair, until I watched this video, I did think that this was like the most preferable system. But I do think that star voting, which they talk about in a bit, is maybe a more ideal version of voting. I just think that ranked choice voting would be infinitely better than what we have with first past the post, you know?
Doesn't just affect the voters, it affects how the candidates behave towards each other.
It was the Minneapolis mayor's race, 2013. They were using ranked choice voting. The incumbent mayor had stepped down, and there were all of these people came out from the woodwork wanting to be mayor. There were 35 candidates. And so you would think if there's 35 candidates, you'd want to dunk on someone, you'd want to like kind of elbow your...
Hey, Zia Spots!
For a streamer with a small YouTube channel tongue.
Thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate that. YouTube really pulling its weight these days. Thank you.
Yourself into the spotlight. That's not what happened. These 35 candidates, all of them were really nice to each other. They were all super cordial.
That's That's just Minnesota right there. That's just Minnesota. We're nice to each other, you know? Like, we all want to make things better. We're all on the same team.
Super polite, to the degree that at the end of the final mayoral debate, they all came together and they sang Kumbaya together.
Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. This is literally the most Minnesotan thing I've ever heard in my life. Oh, God. What do we gotta do to see them wrestle? I want to see them wrestling. Whoever wins the wrestle's got my vote. Oh, Lord, Kumbaya.
The amount of vitriol and anger and partisan, mudslinging that we're all used to see this vision of an...
Oh, the thing is, Sockster, Minnesota Dems will fight the fascists. We're just going to be really polite to each other until it's time to go to the range, and then we just put like 6 bullets right in the bullseye, you know? That's how Minnesota do. Like, Minnesota are like the stereotype of like the war movie. Minnesotans are like the stereotype of like the war movie Country Bumpkin, who's just like, aw, shucks, aw, golly, aw, geez, and then, like, just has perfect aim throughout the rest of the film, you know? Well, I shot bottles off my fence back on the farm. Kapow! Never misses.
Actual kumbaya. It's not even a joke. All of these people are getting along
Minnesota
so desperate
nice.
for second and third choices from other people that they're like, I'm going to be the picture perfect, kindest candidate possible.
But there's also a problem with instant runoff. There can be cases where a candidate doing worse can actually help get them elected.
Let's say we have 3 candidates, Einstein, Curie, and Bohr. Now, Einstein and Bohr have very conflicting views, while Curie is ideologically in the center. So let's say Einstein gets 25% of the vote, Curie gets 30, and Bohr gets 45. No one...
Oh yeah, you betcha. You betcha, chat. Gonna go down to the lake, maybe do some ice fishing, get a nice ice house, and, maybe catch a big old walleye. Oh, those walleye, oh, don't you know?
One got a majority, so it goes to the second round, with Einstein being eliminated, and because people who voted for Einstein put down Curie as their second choice, well, Curie ultimately gets elected. But now imagine that Bohr has a terrible campaign speech, or proposes a very unpopular policy, so bad that some of his voters actually switch over to Einstein's side. Well, now it's Curie that gets eliminated. And because she's more moderate, half of her voters select Einstein and the other half select Bohr in the second round. And this leads to Bohr winning. So Bohr doing worse in the first round actually leads to him winning the election.
That'd be deeply
Clearly,
frustrating.
this isn't something that we want in a voting system. This is what the French mathematician Condorcet also thought. Condorcet was one of the first people applying logic and mathematics to rigorously study voting systems, making him one of the founders of a branch of mathematics known as social choice theory. He was working during the time of the French Revolution, so fairly determining the will of the people was having a cultural moment right then.
Oh, the French, we can't escape them this stream. They're everywhere, with their ha-ha-has and their wines and their cheese.
In 1784, Condorcet's contemporary at the French Royal Society of Science, Jean-Charles de Borda, proposed a voting method. You ask the voters to rank the candidates. If there are 5 candidates, ranking someone first gives that candidate 4 points. Ranking them second would give them 3.
This seems like a nightmare voting method, and I'm not sure I care for it.
3, and so on, with 0 points being awarded for last place. But the board account has a problem, because the number of points given to each candidate is dependent on the total number of candidates. Adding extra people that have no chance of winning can affect the winner.
Yeah,
Because of this,
exactly.
Condorcet hated
Exactly.
Borda's idea. He wrote that it was bound to lead to error because it relies on irrelevant factors for its judgments.
So in 1785, Condorcet published an essay in which he proposed a new voting system, one he thought was the most fair.
Basically, the winner needs to beat every other candidate in a head-to-head election. But with more than 2 candidates, do you need to hold a large number of head-to-head elections to pick the winner? Well, no. Just ask the voters to rank their preferences, just like in instant runoff, and then count how many voters rank each candidate higher than each other candidate. This feels like the most fair voting method.
This seems to me like a nightmare. I'm not a numbers guy. You know, my brain works along the line of words, you know? I'm glad we have statistical nerds who can handle this, but like genuinely, if someone looked at this data and was like, "Oh yeah, Carl Sagan won," I'd just be like, "Okay, I would not be able to fact check this. This system confuses me."
This voting system was actually discovered 450 years earlier.
What a magnificent beard. That's a good beard right there.
By Raymond Lull, a monk who was looking at how church leaders were chosen. But Lull's ideas didn't make an impact because his book, Ars Electionis, The Art of Elections, was lost and only rediscovered in 2001. So the voting system...
A little bit less impressive in the oil painting, though. The beard in the pencil drawing was a lot better. You must have gotten it cut at some point. Bad beard cut, you know? Really, really a lot to be afraid of back then when it came to just a bad beard cut. You know, people fear bad haircuts today. Back then, you'd be a laughingstock for life. Your beard immortalized in some kind of oil painting.
System is named after Condorcet and not Lull.
He did it for the lulz.
But will there always be a winner in this way? Let's try Condorcet's method for choosing dinner between you
Hey,
and
McWiggin.
2 friends. There are 3 options: burgers, pizza, or sushi.
Oh shit. Burgers, pizza, or sushi, chat. Which wins, okay? There you go. I didn't... Ah, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. There we go. Nailed it. That is not... God damn it. So uncoordinated and gangly. There you go. You gotta vote.
You really like burgers, so that's your first preference. Your second choice is pizza, and you put sushi last. Your friend prefers pizza, then sushi, then burgers, and your other friend prefers sushi, then burgers, then pizza.
I eat all 3 too.
Now, if you choose burgers, it can be argued that sushi should have won instead, since 2 of you prefer sushi over burgers, and only 1 prefers burgers to sushi. However, by the same argument, pizza is preferred to sushi, and burgers are preferred to pizza.
Well, I think, as we've seen in our chat election here, pizza has won the election. Pizza.
By a margin of 2 to 1 on each occasion. So it seems like you and your friends are stuck in a loop. Burgers are preferred to pizza, which is preferred to sushi, which is preferred to burgers, and so on.
A real Fire Emblem sword, axe, spear triangle, huh?
This situation is known as Condorcet's paradox. Condorcet died before he could resolve this problem with his voting system. He was politically active during the French Revolution, writing a draft of France's constitution. In 1793, during the Reign of Terror, when Le Montagne...
I eat your choice.
came to power, he was deemed a traitor for criticizing the regime, specifically their new constitution. In the next year, he was arrested and died in jail.
Wait, this right here, what are we doing with our contrarian streaks? Wait, what?
Over the next 150 years, dozens of mathematicians were proposing their own voting systems, or modifications to Condorcet's or Borda's ideas.
Exactly.
One of those mathematicians was Charles Dodgson,
Pixels,
better known as Lewis
Pickles,
Carroll.
as the case may be.
When he wasn't writing Alice in Wonderland, he was trying to find a system to hold fair elections.
But
we can all agree that Lewis Carroll was really fucked up, right? For sure, yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Yeah, all right. Cool.
Every voting system had similar kinds of problems. You'd either get Condorcet loops, or other candidates that had no chance of winning would affect the outcome of the election.
In 1951, Kenneth Arrow published his PhD thesis, and in it he outlined 5 very obvious and reasonable conditions that a rational voting system should have. Condition number 1, if everyone in the group chooses one option over another, the outcome should reflect that. If every individual in the group prefers to eat sushi over pizza, then the group as a whole should prefer sushi over pizza. This is known as unanimity. Condition 2. No single person's vote should override the preferences of everyone else. If everyone votes for pizza except one person who votes for sushi, the group should obviously choose pizza. If a single vote is decisive, that's not a democracy, that's a dictatorship. Condition 3. Everyone should be able to vote however they want, and the voting system must produce a conclusion for society based on all the ballots every time. It can't avoid problematic ballots or candidates by simply ignoring them, or just guessing randomly. It must reach the same answer for the same set of ballots every time. This is called unrestricted domain. Condition 4. The voting system should be transitive. If a group prefers burgers over pizza and pizza over sushi, then they should also prefer burgers over sushi. This is known as transitivity.
I'm really glad burgers and pizza and sushi is teaching this to me, because I'm not gonna lie. I've had too much of this vodka. And the sushi, pizza, burger explanation is hitting a lot better than numbers. So thank you, Veritasium, for understanding that someone in the future may be like depression drinking and trying to desperately understand our voting systems and where we could go to make it better.
Condition 5. If the preference of the group is sushi over pizza,
it's also making me very hungry. Please send me money for pizza.
The introduction of another option, like burgers, should not change that preference. Sure, the group might collectively rank burgers above both, or in the middle, or at the bottom, but the ranking of sushi over pizza should not be affected by the new option. This is called the independence of irrelevant alternatives. But here's the thing. Arrow proved that satisfying all 5 of these conditions in a ranked voting system with 3 or more candidates is impossible.
Oh,
this
shit.
is Arrow's impossibility theorem, and it was
the strength of the food weapon triangle, unparalleled.
So groundbreaking that Arrow was awarded the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1972. So I want to
good for him.
Go through a version of his
Straight
proof based on a formulation by Giannakopoulos.
Is Ken Martin going to be our class warrior? Fuck no.
So let's say there are 3 candidates running for election.
TC, Trump's tariffs are like a nuclear bomb going off. They're gonna fuck up literally the entire world. Like, we're gonna be seeing like Great Depression shit. It's Great Depression 2 Electric Boogaloo, baby. It's gonna be fucking bad. And I don't think anyone really gets it yet. I don't think even I fully get it yet, and I'm the one who's basically doomsaying on this one.
Aristotle 4, and Curie. But we'll refer to them as A, B, and C.
And we have a collection of voters that will line up in order. So we have voter 1, 2, 3, and so on, all the way up to N. Each of these voters is free to rank A, B, and C however they like. I'll even allow ties.
Now, the first thing we want to show is that if everyone ranks a particular candidate first or last,
Do you think
then
we're gonna lose the
society
web?
as a
No
whole
idea.
must
Probably
also
not.
rank that candidate
Hope not.
first or last.
Let's arbitrarily pick candidate B. If, say, half of the voters rank B first and half rank B last, then the claim is our voting system must put B either first or last. And we'll prove it by contradiction. So say this is how everyone voted.
Okay.
If our system does not put B first or last, but
Oh, Blueberry Bumblebee, thank you for $5.55 for the egg raffle. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I cannot stress enough, for legal purposes, there is no egg raffle. I cannot offer you an egg in these trying times. At the most, I can point out that you yourself may be an egg and, you know, perhaps do a public service by cracking it for you.
rather in the middle, say A is ranked above B, which is above C, then we'll get a contradiction. Because if each of our voters moved C above A, then by unanimity, C must be ranked above A. However, because we didn't change the position of any A relative to B, A must still be ranked above B. And because we didn't...
None of this makes any sense to me. I gotta be honest. Math gays, do you understand what's happening here? Crack me, mommy. I'm making my thighs stronger every day.
change the position of any C relative to B, C must still be ranked below...
Been compulsively working out. These egg legs are gonna crack some eggs.
B. And by transitivity, if A is preferred to B and B is preferred to C, then A must be ranked above C. But this contradicts the result by unanimity. And that proves that if everyone ranks a candidate first or last, then society must also rank them first or last.
Now let's do a thought experiment where every voter puts B at the bottom of their ranking. We'll leave the ranking of A
But that wouldn't happen in real life, so I'm confused as to why you would do that for an experiment.
and C arbitrary.
Well then, by unanimity, we know that B must be at the bottom of society's ranking. And we'll call this setup Profile 0. Now, we'll create Profile 1, which is identical to Profile 0, except the first voter moves B from the bottom to the top. This, of course, doesn't affect the outcome.
I just want to know what the best voting method would be. I'm pretty sure it's star voting, but I don't know if that's what this is. I don't have time for flashcards and shit.
But we can keep doing this, creating profiles 2, 3, 4, and so on, with one more voter flipping B from the bottom to the top each time. If we keep doing this, there will eventually come a voter whose change from having B at the bottom to B at the top will first flip society's ranking, moving B to the top. Let's call this voter the pivotal voter, and we'll label the profile Profile P. Profile O is then the profile right before the pivotal change happens. Let's now create a profile Q, which is the same as P, except the pivotal voter moves A above B by independence of a...
I mean, he's not making shit up. He's describing like a mathematical concept, and I'm just ill-equipped to understand it, largely because I have an English degree and not a mathematics degree.
Relevant alternatives, the social rank must also put A above B, since for all of our voters, the relative position of A and B is the same as it was in Profile O. And B must be ranked above C, because the relative positions of B and C are the same as they were in Profile P.
Whoever came up with this would be dynamite on Survivor. They need to go on there immediately, okay? Jeff Probst would definitely be proud of them and ruffle their hair and say, "You did good, kid."
Where our pivotal voter moved B to the top. By transitivity, A must be ranked above C in the social ranking. This is true regardless of how any of the non-pivotal voters rearrange their positions of A and C, because these rearrangements don't change the position of A relative to B or C relative to B.
This means the pivotal...
This is going to be on the test at the end of stream, but you can bypass the test for a simple $5 donation.
Voter is actually a dictator for determining society's preference of A over C. The social rank will always agree with the pivotal voter regardless of what the other voters do. We can run a similar thought experiment.
Textiles and art is cool though. I think that's neat.
Where we put C at the bottom and prove,
like a bribe? Exactly like a bribe.
That there is again a dictator who, in this case, determines the social preference of A over B.
And it turns out this voter is the same one who determines the social preference for A over C.
The pivotal voter is therefore a complete dictator. So, is democracy doomed? Well, Arrow's impossibility theorem seems to say so. If there are 3 or more candidates to choose from, there is no ranked choice method to rationally aggregate voter preferences. You always need to give something up.
Damn it. Democracy's alive!
But the
Burn
mathematician
it all down!
Duncan Black found a much more optimistic theorem, which might actually represent reality better.
Okay, well that's good.
If voters and...
Hold off on the burning it all down, folks. Hold off.
Candidates are naturally spread along a single dimension, say ranging from liberal on the left to conservative on the right, but this could apply to any other political dimension. Well, then Black showed...
Too late, Minneapolis is gone. That's right, we started with the police station and now it's just all gone.
Preference of the median voter will reflect the majority.
We live in the ruins of the greatness that came before. Minneapolis.
Decision.
The median voter's choice will often determine the outcome of the election, a result that aligns with the majority of voters, avoiding the paradoxes and inconsistencies highlighted by Arrow. And there's more good news. Arrow's impossibility theorem only applies to ordinal voting systems, ones in which the voters rank candidates over others. There is another way. Rated voting systems. The simplest version is known as approval voting, where instead of ranking the candidates, the voters just tick the candidates they approve of. There are also versions where you could indicate how strongly you like each candidate, say from -10 strongly disapprove of to...
Oh, Gray Yeon Wannabe, they covered that earlier, and it has some problems.
+10 strongly approve.
Research has found that approval voting increases voter turnout, decreases negative campaigning, and prevents the spoiler effect. Voters could express their approval for a candidate without worrying about the size of the party they're voting for.
I would really like that. I want a better system of voting in this country.
It's also simple to tally. Just count up what percentage of the voters approve of each candidate, and the one with the highest approval wins.
Kenneth Arrow was initially skeptical of rated voting systems, but toward the end of his life, he agreed that they were likely the best method.
Approval voting is not new. It was used by priests in the Vatican to elect the Pope between 1294 and 1621. It's also used to elect the Secretary General of the United Nations. But it hasn't been widely used in large-scale elections, and so more real-world testing is likely required.
So is democracy mathematically impossible? Well, yes, if we use ranked choice methods of voting, which is what most countries in the world use to elect their leaders. And some methods are clearly better at aggregating the people's preferences than others. The use of first-past-the-post voting feels, quite frankly, ridiculous to me, given all of its flaws. But just because things aren't perfect doesn't mean we shouldn't try. Being interested in the world around us, caring about issues, and being politically engaged is important. It might be one of the few ways we can make a real difference in the world. Like Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the other forms that have been tried. Democracy is not perfect, but it's the best thing we've got. The game might be crooked, but it's the only game in town. The world is changing. How it works today is no guarantee of how it'll work tomorrow, from how we elect presidents to...
So, okay. Well, that's good. I mean, we're probably never getting that in the United States, but it's nice to know. It's nice to know. Ad read time? Indeed. Even if we went to popular vote in a two-person runoff, it would solve a lot of issues. True. I think, honestly, like adopting basically any of the proposed systems that still had flaws, but are better, but they remain better than first past the post voting. You know, like literally any of them. Ranked choice would be better. Not first past the post. Ranked voting. I think we could do a lot. There's also another method called star voting. I think that would be better. Did he cover star? I don't know that he covered star in this, but I've heard a lot of really good things about star. Okay, also, pro tip here.
I'm leaving the
Pro tip, folks.
I'm leaving the Los Angeles I'm leaving the Los Angeles passport agency after trying to acquire a new passport.
Yeah, if you're trans at this point, please do not try and get a passport. Don't try and get a passport at this point. They will take your documents that you need.
After mine was expired and misplaced by quite a bit. And I've been impacted by the executive order, and they are effectively banning me from travel, though they will not call it a travel ban. They stated that they would at first give me a passport that had the male identifier on it, though I have my sex legally changed to female. And 2 states and administratively with the federal government through Social Security before as well. And after claiming that they would give me the male one, I said any is fine as long as I'm able to travel. They came back and said that actually, this is the first we're hearing that, and we won't be able to give you that either. We won't be able to give you any passport. We have no further information. They wouldn't tell me anything. I spoke to one person who wouldn't give me any information, which led to me speaking to a supervisor. And they towed the same line where they will not call it an effective travel ban, though that is the impact where my travel plans I cannot make. They will not give me any passport with any name, gender, sex of any form. And that is the case of what we are dealing with right now in the United States. There is an effective travel ban. If you are trying to get a passport and you've had any sort of change with your gender, I've heard a lot of people saying things like, oh, it's fine if you just want to get a passport with your old gender, it's fine. That's not true. They will not give it to me. And when I asked for more answers, I only left the office under threat of arrest. They stated that they would arrest me if I asked any more questions. So I left peacefully, but I only left under threat of arrest. And it seems that I will not be able to travel outside of this country, which is effectually now on the same playing field as North Korea, politically, where its people cannot leave under threat of arrest, even in good standing. So, per the executive order, look out, everybody, and stay safe.
Yeah. So if you are a trans person, please do not try and update your passport. There have been reports that different passport offices are keeping documents that were submitted, keeping old passports, etc., that could be useful in certain circumstances. Yeah, effectively, this is a travel ban, right? Like, there are only a few places that you can really go. Luckily, if you are in states that have laws that have been passed for you to be able to change your gender marker on like your driver's license or your birth certificate. You can still do that. Those are things, those are powers that the state grants you rather than the federal government. However, probably a good idea to do those sooner rather than later. I will say. What if I've never had a passport before? Honestly, I just wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't risk it. You probably don't want to hand your birth certificate and social security over to someone who's then going to check it against your identities. You know? Hey. So, yeah, there goes my plan to get my passport finally. Yeah, the ship has sailed on that one. You know, if you did not get your passport before Trump assumed office, that appears to be no longer an option. I would look into if you are in a state that is supportive and allows you to change your gender marker on your birth certificate and other documents, I would recommend you look into getting an enhanced ID. This is something that exists at the very least in Minnesota. I don't know that it exists in every state, obviously, but it allows your driver's license to function as identification to get you over a land barrier, a land port of entry. I don't know what that's called. A checkpoint. Real ID can also work that way, but enhanced ID is better because it does all the things Real ID does, but allows you entry into Canada and Mexico over land crossings. Yeah. So, just as an FYI, if you are looking for other documentation that would effectively allow you to do the same thing, Real ID is good for domestic flights, yes. However, enhanced ID is also good for domestic flights and allows for crossing the border into Canada and Mexico. The video we watched was from TikTok user Gentle Reality. I do not know the name of the woman in that video. My state doesn't offer enhanced ID. Could I emigrate with an enhanced ID? I have no idea. Honestly, probably not. But you could certainly seek asylum, though that would require asylum processes to be opened up in the country you go to. Chemical athlete, you good? You all right? Acting real weird. If the U.S. won't issue a passport, can somebody apply at another country's embassy for a passport from them? No, that's not how that works. Nah, fuck your chat. Goodbye. All right. Bye, bitch boy. You know? Oh, chemical athlete is just sitting there complaining about how the Dems are woke. Yeah, you can fucking eat my ass. Well, it's shitting. That was weird. Yeah, right? Like what a weird little speed bump. Y'all know you don't stop me from making content when you do that. You just kind of like make the stream go ba-bump, and we go on with our day. Oh, one thing I wanted to talk about earlier, but I didn't, and this is maybe the silver lining to Ken Martin being elected as the chair of the DNC, is that David Hogg has officially been elected as vice chair. And David Hogg basically ran his campaign for vice chair of the DNC on the ground that the DNC is not radicalizing enough, is not fighting enough, is not doing enough to actually win. So David Hogg has in fact won, and that may be the kind of pep in the step of the DNC that might make Ken Martin do a jig. And you know, I would like to see that. I'd like to see him jig up a spine, you know, just like and then the Democratic Party grows a spine magically because it's a musical now and it operates on that logic. So that's great. I'm not super familiar with like David Hogg's entire platform, but I do know he seems like a good egg with more radical politics than more farther left politics than the typical Democrat. So you know what? Critical support for David Hogg. All right. He was kind of mean to Alaska Rep. Mary Pelota. Look, I that's bad, but also I don't care a whole lot about that. I just want him to make the Democrats win. You know? What was this chemical fellow going on about? I don't know, probably about how he has a tiny penis. If he can tone down the gun control talk in red areas. Well, like, his role as DNC vice chair is not going to be like him talking and dictating the policies of like the Dems down ballot. His role is going to be, how do we make the Democrats win their elections? Also, just as an FYI, folks, people are fighting all across this country. If you are losing hope, if you are feeling down on your luck, if you're feeling like everything's bad and it can never be good again, take heart, okay? People are fighting across this entire country, and you might not see them in your local area, but I promise there are probably other people fighting there too. Here's a wonderful anti-deportation protest that went on today in LA. They shut down the highway. Look at that. Hell yeah. Let's go. You know, like, people are out there. People are marching. And you know what? You guys can join them. On Wednesday, in every state capital, there is going to be a protest against Donald Trump. I encourage you all to go out if you can. I think it is a particularly good time to make our voices heard. And yeah, if you can, again, I will link the Reddit where this is coming together. I don't know who is throwing together this protest exactly, but you know what? It's been gaining traction on social media. And I would encourage you to go if you can, largely because we need to be protesting more than we are right now against all of the bullshit that's happening. If you can make it, please do. I know not everyone can. I personally can't, but I know a lot of you may be able to. Make your voices heard, but also organize and do stuff. Exactly. I will try to go out on Wednesday with my local DSA. Hell yeah, Zelrex! Organize! Go to the meetings! It's not the flashiest work, but it does actually work. And one last thing that I wanted to go over with you guys is that basically throughout this past several days, I've been thinking, oh God, what do we do? Oh, fuck. What do we do? Jesus fucking Christ, what do we do? Fuck. You know, kind of on repeat. Like, it's kind of been like that. So I was very pleasantly surprised to see this group called Indivisible, who has partnered with the groups Work On and the Working Families Party to create a coalition of organizations to try and do something. And they had a call to action, or an action call tonight. And I'm going to throw that up and just see kind of what they were all talking about. Maxwell Frost, representative in the U.S. House, attended. We're going to take a watch and see what people had to say.
In this moment, to get grounded and make meaning of what's happening, and then to also not just rah our feelings, though sometimes the choir needs preaching too. We're also going to give you concrete things that we need you to plug into doing right now. There's a lot of us on this call. I want to remind you that it's all of our responsibility to take care of each other and do the good work together. So keep introducing yourselves. If you're on YouTube, we expect the same of you. Now, before I go any further, I told you we have a special guest and he's got a limited amount of time to be on with us tonight. So I'm going to introduce to some and just remind folks who already know and love this people's champion, one of Florida's finest, the incredible Representative Maxwell Frost. Representative Frost, thank you so much for being here with us.
Maxwell Frost is one of the good eggs in Congress.
I see people losing their minds in the chat.
Look at that. He has a Back to the Future poster just hanging right there. Like, good egg right there.
And with the emojis, thank you. I know you're wedging this in between incredible amounts of work that you have committed to. So I want to quickly toss it to you to give the good people a good word tonight.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. There's no place I'd rather be. Hello, everybody. It's so good to be with everybody today. I'm going to cut right to the chase because this is a difficult moment we're in. People were appalled. Many people are confused, wanting to know what to do, where to go, how to fight. And the first thing we have to do is make sure that we ground ourselves in the reason that we do this work in the first place. I got involved when I was 15 years old in politics because I didn't want to get shot in school. Over 10 years later, that reason is still front of mind for me and for so many young people in this country and for so many other reasons. So just remember, keep that story, whether it's your story or someone else's story, front of mind. When you see Trump do some bullshit, think about that story. When you see Elon talking about something, think about that story because that's what's going to ground many stories. But keep that with you because I truly believe this. Our greatest tool as organizers, our greatest asset is our story, the story of our community and where we want to go. And stories, honestly, is going to help us lead this movement and keep us grounded because in moments like this, it's easy to get distracted. There's so much going on. It's easy to lose sight. But I'm so happy to be here with y'all. The other thing we have to remember is we can't lose hope. And I'll be honest with you, that's been hard for me personally. Many weeks after Election Day, even to this day, it's been hard for me to wake up in the morning feeling hope, right? But something I've learned from people who've been married for a long time is that love...
Sundry Klankar, yes, he is the congressional rep who wasn't being paid enough and had to sleep on friend couches until he got paid.
Sometimes is an emotion, but many times you have to actively choose love. And hope is the same way. Many times you're going to wake up in the morning, you're going to feel the hope. I think back to 2016, I'm working on campaigns. I was feeling the hope every day, waking up in the morning, going to Bernie rallies, going to different stuff. I was feeling that hope every day. But today, I'm not waking up feeling that hope. I'm going to be honest and vulnerable with you. I'm not waking up in the morning automatically feeling it. But I am actively choosing hope in this moment. So just remember that we all can and we all should actively choose hope, because we've been here before. Right? We're not new to this. We're true to this. And when I say us, I don't just mean us as in
what time zone? I'm in Central Time, so it's like 4 o'clock in the morning here.
Us as individuals, but this grand mosaic of humanity and this large timeline of fighting for justice that we have the honor and privilege to be a part of and play a role in. Why must we fight? We have to fight for two main reasons. Number one, fascism thrives when we are divided.
True.
When working people are divided. And we have the ability to change that. Elected leaders, organizers.
And you know what? Those tariffs are about to get us real aligned when it comes to organizing. So let's get out there.
Advocates, whether you do mutual aid, whatever you do, artists, clergy, teachers,
sleep,
we all have the ability to remind people that, of course, we have more that brings us together than separates us. And this is how the oligarchs, the billionaires, the fascists, and people like Trump keep us down, right? We have to remind people, you can't pay your rent, you don't have health care, there's gun violence in your community, the climate crisis is ravaging your community, and it's not because of immigrants. It's not because of trans people. It's not because of black people. It's not because of the people around you. Stop looking around for a person to blame and look up. Look at the people who for generations have been leaving us crumbs. This is how the fascists gain their power, by making us look at each other for who to blame instead of looking at them. And we have the opportunity, especially locally, to make sure that our neighbors, our family, the people in our church, the people in our school, the people we love know.
It's true. Seeking out these scapegoats. Like, we need to point the blame where it is justly due, and that's at the oligarchs, man. It's at the billionaires and the 100 millionaires who bought our system and bought our politicians, you know?
Know that we have this thing that brings us together, which is the fact that for too long, we haven't been given the means to live. You know, for so long, there's so many people on the student debt fight who will say, oh, well, young people, they're in debt because they're living beyond their means. And the response is, we're not in debt because we live beyond our means. We're in debt because we've been denied the means to live. And the fact of the matter is that has been true for generations, not just for Gen Z now or Gen Alpha for young people now. The second reason we have to fight is because authoritarians run rampant unless they are challenged. And this is why, throughout human history, dictators and authoritarians repress dissent. They're not doing it to exercise their power. They're doing it to protect their power. We have to realize that every time an authoritarian kicks out a news outlet from the press room, makes it so that way we can't understand the information that our government is supposed to and legally is supposed to provide to us. They're not doing it to exercise power. They're doing it to protect power. It means that they're scared.
That's true. Like, I think that this really needs to be emphasized over and over and over again, and that is the reason they are doing this massive blitzkrieg of different executive orders and such is largely because they know if they didn't, they would crumble. You know? Like, they're doing it out of necessity. If you have real power, if you have actual power, you don't need to fire hose that shit. You don't need to, like, do a shock and awe campaign. You don't need to dazzle folks. You just use power, you know? Real power doesn't need to be flashy. They use the flash because they're scared.
Right? We can't just give people something to vote against. We have to give them something to vote for. And so when we realize that, we understand that through the power of voice, community organizing, and actual fighting and communicating, we have the ability to put these guys on the ropes. Look, I'm in Congress. Things are very frustrating in Congress. We all know we're in the minority, but it's a 2-seat difference here. So don't let anybody tell you that we have zero power. Don't let anyone tell you there's nothing we can do, because we can fight. We can educate. We can organize. There will be many moments over the next 2 years, and I say 2 years because we're taking back the House.
Fuck yeah, we are Maxwell Frost. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah. That's right, folks. We don't gotta last 4 years. We just gotta last 2 years. What's 2 years, guys? We can do it. Also, he's hobbled for the first 90 days of it. So, not even 2 years. 1 year and 3/4. You know? We can do it. We can do it. He's not that strong. But we have to be able to organize. We have to look at what is happening. And we have to say, let's actually go to meetings. Let's actually dedicate our time to organizing this shit. You know, like if I go to these meetings, maybe I can put together a protest. If I go to these meetings, maybe I'll learn about something going on in my community that I didn't even know needed help. Let's go. And also, yeah, when the tariffs hit tomorrow, a lot of people who are not paying that much attention to politics are going to be paying a lot of attention to politics.
Over the next 2 years, where they're going to need Democratic votes, and we need to stand 10 toes down and say no, absolutely not. Not a single bit of power for Donald Trump, for Elon Musk, and for these people who want to take the systems, the few systems, and the few things that we've been successful in getting.
I'm not going to lie, seeing an elected official actually saying these things is making my heart feel a lot better.
Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all these things. We're not going to let them take the few things that help us and completely get rid of them or privatize them. And so, again,
it's the first time I've seen someone say anything about
because
this
it
shit.
puts them on the ropes, and we ensure that we communicate and we lead with love locally, so that way we're not divided at home, and that's how we win. And when people come up to you and say, we can't do anything about this, we can't do anything about that, I think about Angela Davis quote, I'm no longer accepting what I cannot change, I'm changing what I cannot accept. And honestly, I'm about to get that quote blown up and put in my office. Because even myself, there are days that I've been waking up the last few days saying, what are we going to do? There's nothing we can do. I think it sometimes for a few minutes, and then I remember I'm not accepting.
Yeah, Screw-F. Here in America, that mindset has not shifted yet. But I believe that after the tariffs go into effect, that's going to force that type of mindset shift very, very, very quickly. Because people are going to get real angry real fast. Like, I'm already fucking angry, but I imagine you can get angrier when you see your child going without food because this moron put a 25% tariff on, you know, the food your kid needs.
What I cannot change. And if they could do it then, we can do it now. And we have to do it now. So either way, y'all, thank you so much for having me on. Choose hope. There are actionable things that we can do. I'm not sitting here and saying it's all rosy. It's going to be difficult. We're in a tough situation. It's going to be hard. I'm not going to say everyone's going to be okay because not everyone is going to be okay. However, together, we can build our movement, come out stronger, and ensure, and not to get too much into partisan politics, but ensure that the Democratic Party does not repeat the same mistakes. And ensure that we build a coalition that's actually worth fighting for. And that's what this is about, right? Are we going to be for the billionaires? Are we going to be for the corporations? Or are we going to be for the people? And that's what this is about. Donald Trump built a multi-generational, multi-racial, working-class coalition built on bullshit and lies. And it's the great betrayal. And so we have the opportunity to not just, we're not going to go and tell people, well, it's what you voted for. I got to tell you.
Oh, screw up. The biggest problem in America is campaign finance.
I think about things, and sorry, I'm talking too long. I'm about to stop. I think about things on how it would do on the doors. And I'll tell you, if I would knock on someone's door and I said, I told you so, the door would get slammed in my face. So let's stop this organizing of I told you so, and let's continue to lead with love. That's what our movement has that they'll never have. So either way, y'all, thank you for having me. This is about the fight for everything and everyone, and let's win this thing. God bless y'all. Thank you for having me on.
One of the best,
God
baby.
bless you. We love you, Representative Frost. Thank you for being a people's champion. We see you. We've got your back. We're cheering you on. I see all the folks in the chat that are clapping you up. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight. Y'all, I don't know a better way to get grounded than what our good brother already said to us. So I'm not even going to waste a lot of time. I'm just going to pull some gems. He told you to ground in your why in this moment, right? 45/47. He and his little cronies, they're trying to keep us stressed out. Steve Bannon already told us that what they're trying to do is throw everything in the kitchen sink at us so we'll stay scattered and overwhelmed and believe that we're
sad,
powerless to change anything. But our good brother, Representative Frost, told us to ground in our why. Let that be our center of gravity, to not lose hope, right? People are looking to us to remember that they can have faith that ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. He said, don't lose hope. He said that solidarity is the antidote to fascism, because they only thrive when we're divided and not working together and blaming.
That's why also you need to get involved in your local politics, because one of the best antidotes to fascism is to be known and to know others. Because together we prevail.
Each other for how we got here. He said we basically should turn down on each other and focus on challenging these authoritarians. He said, don't let anybody let you think that you're powerless and that there's nothing you can do, and to lead with love. We're going to ground in that tonight. Y'all, there's so many.
Yeah, to be grounded in why you do what you do, Kitsune Cavalier.
The incredible speakers that are on tonight. I've also, the chat is flying, but I've seen some questions about like, what can we do? Is anybody planning direct actions? Who's trying to like go talk to their senators?
Yeah, a lot of people are looking for like, what can I do right now? And I think a lot of people are in a bit of a despair, largely because they don't have actionable items, you know? But again, we do have those protests coming up on Wednesday. For those of you who can attend, it's the 500502. I forget what the name of the movement is, but 50 states, all on the 5th, and in the capital of your state. 5051. There we go.
Whatever. I see all of that in the chat, and because I have these great speakers on, I'm not going to tell you what's about to get announced on this call, but I am telling you there's really exciting things coming that are a plurality of tactics for you to be able to get down wherever you are, and like in a place where power is concentrated, so that we're not just doing symbolic actions, but we're actually giving some real pressure to build momentum in this season.
Let's go
towards our great big comeback, right? Our people's comeback. It's coming. But I gotta set some more context with you before we start to get into all the details of the strategy, because I know that some of you have been coming to calls and getting, you know, preached up, your heart, your soul, your body been loved up on. We gonna do that tonight, but we also gonna get
we gonna love up on some bodies. We loving up on some bodies. All right.
To work tonight. You're going to hear concretely what we need you to do, and I'm going to push you to do it, to sign up for it tonight, to get us started in setting some of that context, to get us going, and to start the process of getting us into the strategy conversation, the tactical conversation. I get to bring up two people who I know y'all know, because when they show up to the mass calls, y'all lose your minds. I get to bring up a dear friend, two incredible colleagues, folks who you know. I get to bring up Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levin, who you know from Indivisible. Is Indivisible on the call tonight? If y'all in the call, just holler at me in the chat. Y'all always do, every time. Shout out where you are repping from. We see you. We love you. Leah, Ezra, take us away.
Hey, Ash, with you and with Representative Frost, it is hard not to choose hope. I got to say, I'm feeling fired up. We're going to try to get into specifics, though, about what folks can actually do. If folks don't know, I'm Ezra. This is Leah. We're married. That's why we're sitting so closely together. But we were also
Okay, I was wondering, you guys weren't leaving any space for Jesus.
congressional staffers during the Obama era, and we used our lessons from fighting the Tea Party to reverse engineer a strategy for Dems in the Trump era. That's what Indivisible was founded to do, to demystify how Congress works so you all can actually organize and fight back effectively. Look, we're not here to tell you to be alarmed about Trump's attempt to assert unconstitutional control over federal funds or this freeze and Elon Musk taking over Treasury. If you're here, you already know that we got to fight back. That's why you're here, right? So you're probably feeling frustrated that there's not more of a fight coming from our side.
Yep.
We feel frustrated too.
Cool.
We feel frustrated too. And we want to set the stage for what that fight should look like and tell you what you can actually do that really has impact. That's what we want to talk about. So this is more than a virtual rally. That's not all that this is. This is also a meeting to learn what you can do. Action is what we need right now.
Yeah.
That is what we need. So I'm hoping we can cover exactly what that action could look like and why it's so important. But first, Leah's going to go over what has happened this week. Leah, where do we stand?
Okay, I was gonna laugh really hard if he did his entire spiel and then she didn't say anything. We just never heard from her on the call. Cool, a white guy. Yeah, it's refreshing. Finally, a white guy in politics. He's really breaking some glass ceilings.
All right, I'm going to quickly recap because there is a lot happening and we know that is part of Trump's plan. So I am going to do a
Oh man, Bobby, Claudia Scheinbaum really makes, it really digs the knife into my chest that Donald Trump won here. We could have. Ugh. I look at the progressive leftist movement down in Mexico, and I'm like, why can't we do that up here? Ugh.
Very quick recap of what we know about the unfolding crisis here. So since Trump got in, his henchmen have been executing rolling purges of top civil service leadership across agencies. And on Monday night, the Office of Management and Budget, which is the budget directing office of the federal government, issued a memo cutting off all federal grants indefinitely. I cannot overstate how unconstitutional and radical a move this is. That is the money for educating and feeding kids, for healthcare for tens of millions of people, for domestic violence shelters and veterans programs and senior citizens and everything you care about. It was shocking. Now, there was immediate, massive public pushback. You rushed to contact your elected officials in every state. And initially, there wasn't much of a response from elected officials, but as the calls mounted, Democrats got braver and Republicans got more scared. Within 48 hours, the Trump administration had to retreat and claim that they were pulling back the memo. Within a day after that, a federal judge issued an injunction barring the government from cutting off those funds, so saying you can't do this. Trump backed off. That did not mean he has given up. On Friday night, news broke that the White House staff reporting to Elon Musk, who is, let's just be clear, not a government employee, not elected by anyone, they were demanding access to the Treasury payment system, and civil servants who refused were forced to resign. And on Saturday, it was confirmed that the Treasury Secretary has given full access of that system, which disperses trillions of dollars to Musk's team. As we speak, we are getting reports from anguished civil servants across government who are seeing Musk's people show up demanding access to sensitive information. We do not know right now what Musk intends to do. He could be trying to cut off payments to programs they don't like. He could be stealing massive amounts of sensitive, confidential information for himself. We have no idea because there is no oversight and there is no reason to trust any of these people. Now, simultaneously, the
I have to be honest, Scroof, I have no idea where the funding for this group comes from, but I do know that this is one of the few, large-scale organizing events that I've seen happen in, the last couple of days, and, I'm gonna look to them for, possible action points, because I haven't really seen anyone else in this space doing anything or addressing what she's talking about, which is, frankly, it's a fascist coup, guys. They're called Indivisible. But, you guys realize that, right? This is Elon Musk accessing the Treasury is stealing the power of Congress for the president. The fact that we haven't heard anyone say anything or advocate for any action on this is insane. And I'm going to look to these folks because they're the only people I've seen meeting and talking about it so far, which is deeply disturbing.
Architect of the federal funding freeze and of Project 2025, Russell Vogt, is moving towards a confirmation vote by the Senate to be the head of the Office of Management and Budget, that same office that tried to cut off all funds. If he is confirmed, he is going to consolidate control over the federal budget. We have got Democrats pledged to vote against him. We need 4 Republican votes to tank the nomination. This is all a lot. It is very complicated in terms of how many things are happening, but the actual plan, the goal is simple. They want to break the government. They want to steal the funds that go to programs regular Americans count on, like education and healthcare, and they want to shovel that cash to their billionaire backers. So now we're going to talk about what we do, because they're hoping that they can do it without anyone noticing and kicking up a fuss.
Okay, so what are we going to do? Fair warning, 2 fair warnings. One, I tend to talk too quickly, and I'm going to try to slow down. Second fair warning,
Okay,
I'm going
Ben
to say
Shapiro.
a lot. But we are going to give you this toolkit and explainer with all of the important parts. So if you miss something in the details, don't sweat it. You're going to get this in a follow-up. The other thing I'll say, everything I'm...
Wait, I don't understand what the Treasury might have that the government can't see. The Treasury has secured payment systems through which the trillions of dollars budgeted by Congress flow. If you control the Treasury and those payment systems, you can turn them off, render them inoperable. So you can effectively control who gets paid and which organizations get funding without having to go through Congress. So basically, it gives the power that Congress is supposed to have to Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Does that's where we're at right now. But isn't the Treasury controlled by someone appointed by Trump? Yes, but historically, those mechanisms are not politicized. And they are certainly not given over to an unelected appointee like Elon Musk, who is a private citizen, running an organization that is not an official government org.
About to talk about is informed not just by our analysis of the shocking news that Leah just...
Isn't he Secretary of Doge? Yeah, but Doge isn't an actual part of the US government. That's a thing they just made up.
Went over, but also by intel we are getting directly from members of Congress and senior staff who are not yet ready to talk on the record. So I want to start by saying, I want to be real. We don't have some magic stop the maniacs button that we can just smash and fix all this. That doesn't exist. The moment we're in is dangerous. It's frightening. And the plan that we're going to walk through right now is first step. This is what we can practically do to make a difference. It's not the whole thing. I also want to make clear, Trump is president. He's not king. Republicans have a congressional majority, but they're not all powerful. They want you to think that you have no power. That's not...
Yeah, but like, keep in mind, Scroof, effectively what he's making up here is that it is a new department for the federal government that effectively removes any of the limitations that Congress puts on the presidency. So it's like he came into office, made a new department, and that department's job was making him not have to listen to Congress. You know, which is a blatant violation of the Constitution.
Not true. As we heard from Representative Frost, that is not true. We, all of us, have elected officials who have power and leverage over what happens next. They are people who are making choices about whether to fight back with everything they've got or whether to go along quietly. It's our job to raise the temperature right now. We need these people to do 2 things. 1, stop Russell Vogt, as Leah said, this guy who they want to lead the Office of Management and Budget. But 2, that's not enough. We also need them to use every tool in their toolbox to stop this constitutional crisis. I'm going to focus a lot on the Senate, and that's because that's where the confirmation of Russell vote will go down. And it's also because...
Yeah, keep in mind, Doge was not like... In order to be an official part of government, Congress would have to sanction Doge as a department. They have not. It is an entirely made-up thing by Donald Trump and his team, and is being given unprecedented independent access to basically every electronic system in the US government, with no oversight and no controls, and no one to stop them.
The Senate in particular gives a lot of power to the minority. The Democrats are in the minority. It gives a lot of power to the minority to slow things down and make clear this isn't business as usual, and we want them to use that power. I'm going to also talk about what do you do if you got a Democratic senator or a Republican senator or both. There's something for you to do regardless. And with that said, I'm going to be honest.
One shot, no. They did not rename a department to be Doge. They just have a team of people that they call Doge, and they're going around demanding different access within the government on the orders of the president. Yeah, Congress needs to make the department.
As a former
and again, they have not.
Congressional staffer. I was a former Democratic congressional staffer. Leah was too. And the reality is that over the last 2 months, we've seen a real lack of leadership and spine for many of these congressional Democrats. Obviously, Representative Maxwell Frost excluded. He's incredible. But there are Democrats who are out there rubber stamping Republican messaging bills like the Lake and Riley Act to, frankly, a muted response to the attack on birthright citizenship or the pardoning of January 6th protesters. It hasn't been a real series of profile.
You know, it's nice to hear that other people are seeing what I've been seeing from Democrats.
And courage, I'll tell you that much. On Friday, while much of this chaos had already unfolded or was like raising to a high temperature, most Senate Democrats voted for another Trump nominee. And Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader, cut a deal with Republicans in the Senate to expedite votes on more nominees this week. Look, this isn't the opposition we need right now. It really isn't. But I'm not here just to complain. We've got to ask ourselves, what could Democrats be doing that they aren't doing? And how can we, all of us, how can we encourage them to take those actions? Back when Lee and I were congressional staffers in 2009, Democrats had a trifecta, and we were working to push a universal health care bill through. And in response, Senate Republicans, who were led by Mitch McConnell, they circulated a memo that detailed all of the tactics available to the Senate minority to slow down the operation of the Senate and build opposition to the Dem agenda. That's what they did. Our roles are flipped now.
Wait, Harold, which department did they rename? I hadn't heard that.
We're in the minority, but our opposition is not yet unified. So here's my goal for Senate Dems. Pretend like you're Mitch McConnell. Ask what he would do. Think about the tools you can use to block, obstruct, raise the temperature, deny
the U.S. Digital Service? Interesting.
Quorum, block unanimous consent, max out debate time, blanket opposition to nominees. Some of these tools, I'll be honest, they're a pain in the butt to use. It forces a senator to stand for a long time. You got to call off your weekend plans. You got to piss off your colleagues. But the tools are there. They're there if you're determined enough to use them. And if you're listening to this, and you're like, what the hell is denying consent, unanimous consent? I'm not asking you to be an expert on these things. That's okay. We'll send out an explainer. Don't worry about that. You don't have to be an expert on Senate procedure to make these asks. Your credibility, your authority comes from the fact that you are a constituent. That's where your credibility and authority comes from. And I believe the Democrats, if they see the demand to act this way, they will. And I don't believe that because I'm some starry-eyed idealist. I believe that because this is exactly what we did 8 years ago to help Democrats find their spines the first time.
Okay, so the U.S. Digital Service was renamed as the United States Doge Service, where Doge stands for Department of Government Efficiency, but it is technically called U.S. Doge Service Temporary Organization, and it is effectively the Doge org that they created outside of, during the campaign. And Elon Musk kind of runs it, but he hasn't, divested himself or stepped away from his private businesses. And so in legal terms, he is not the head of it, but he is still actually issuing orders according to all reporting. So that's kind of what's going on. And it seems to be completely and utterly illegal, of course.
Trump came into office. Okay, what about Republicans? What about Republicans? If you have a Republican senator, Russell Vogt is a nomination they are actually really vulnerable on. He is the human embodiment of Project 2025. That Project 2025 is a 4% approval rating. They do not want to be attached to this guy. We need to flip 4 votes from the Republican side, and we've got a ton of private intelligence that says Republicans are actually really freaking out about this. Maybe they shift their votes. Maybe we pull them over to our side. Maybe that happens. And if they don't, they need to take political heat for this. And that's where we get to the how. So what do we actually do to bring that heat?
Yeah.
You all have been flooding offices with calls and emails over the last week. That's great. Don't get me wrong. Keep that up. But it's not enough. We need to escalate. The way senators know that their constituents are actually really concerned and think there is an actual emergency going on is when people start showing up in person to their offices. Nothing, I say this as a former congressional staffer, nothing is more impactful than physically showing up at an in-state office with a group of people to ask, what is the senator doing right now? So this is my ask to you. With your local indivisible group, or with your local Working Families Party chapter, or with your fellow Move On friends, or with other groups, make a plan for when are you going to go to your senator's nearest state Senate office in state. You don't have to come to DC for this. And better yet,
well, this could be something that I could get the Electoral Committee at DSA to do. Let's go. Good idea. Gonna scan that QR code right now. And you see how now, being in DSA, I have more agency to maybe get things done. And, yeah. All right. I got this whole ass toolkit. Hello, hooves.
Coordinate across the state to make sure groups are hitting every single one of those in-state offices from across the state. Bring signs, make it visual, let local press know that you're coming, let us know that you're coming so that we can get it more attention. Do not wait.
I look at the Aussie market from time to time, but we're talking about America right now.
Wait for somebody to give you permission. This is your sign. This is your sign. We need you to organize in your own community where you are. Now, I know DC doesn't have elected representation in the Senate. We would love to change that. That's not on the table right now. But if you want to be part of this fight, we have a different ask for you if you're a DC resident.
It's about to crash,
Musk is inside the Treasury right now with his
like, holy shit, is the market about to go down? Buckle yourselves in, folks.
Of flying monkeys, and we don't know what they're doing. We can't let them get away with what they're doing quietly, though. So this is hot off the presses. We've been texting about it today. It's all settled. We are going to be at Treasury at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, and we'll drop the links to the social description in the chat. If you're in DC or in the DC area and you want to come there and be part of the action there, we welcome you there. For the vast majority of you, though, your work to do is in your own community, in your state. Remember, Trump has no mandate for this. What he's doing is not just cruel and corrupt and chaotic and unconstitutional. It's also deeply unpopular. And as long as we live in a democratic republic, doing deeply unpopular things for an extended period of time is really hard to sustain in the presence of organized opposition. Our job, all of our job right now, is to organize that opposition.
True.
We need your help to make sure we do it.
Let's go.
Ash, back to you.
Y'all, Give it up one time for Leah and Ezra for giving us concrete things that we can do starting right now. I'm just going to blaze through some of the questions that I've seen in the chat. Are you going to get these links after the call? Yes. Indivisible is going to email you. You're going to get the recording of this call. You're going to get, which is also on YouTube right now. You're going to get all the links to each of these action items. But just to sum it up really quickly.
After she sums it up, I think we'll be done and watch the rest of this tomorrow.
You're going to take action by moving from just calling and emailing your elected officials to scheduling in-person meetings with your senators. And you're not going to have to do that.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like we don't live in a democracy, but we got to organize. And you know what? We got to organize, and we may as well organize around doing peaceful activity, you know?
Like by yourself. We actually have a toolkit ready to go that you are going to get, and you can register your event, and we're going to make sure you get that mobilized link. You can learn how the Dems can shut down Trump's agenda. We're going to send you the link for that. And then I don't know if you missed it, but for my turn up team in the chat, I've seen you all. You've been like, you know.
Yeah, also, I do think it is a really good idea. I haven't really emphasized this enough, I guess. I think it's a really good idea that we show up to Democrats' offices and demand that they take as much delaying actions as possible. Because I think a lot of Democrats genuinely have no idea what to do or what their constituents want them to do and are scared, you know?
All this lobbying stuff, all this like talking to them, that's not going to get anything done. We need to turn up the pressure. We need to go protest. We need to rally. Well, guess what? You might have missed it. Ezra literally just dropped that there's going to be an action, a rally Tuesday, 5 p.m. at the Treasury building. We need to see your face in the place if you can get to DC and do that. So just to be real, you've already heard a multitude of tactics that you could throw down on starting right now. I need to see some of these numbers going up. I need to see people signing. I need people in the chat telling me, yo, Ash, I clicked the link, I'm going. Or you need to tell me in the chat, I'm about to, I need to talk to my people, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I need a commitment here. We're gonna keep coming to you with incredible leaders, though.
I'm not gonna lie, watching this has made me feel so much better. Like having like actionable items, I can be like, hey guys, let's go. Makes me feel a lot better. I'm a goal-oriented autist, okay? I need the goals. I need to check them off a list. You know, having a direction definitely helps. So we will watch the rest of this later. I guess I was gonna say tomorrow. I guess later today. Because I think the daytime crowd or the early evening crowd needs a little taste of this hopium. Show up at Republican offices as well. They don't need to know you didn't vote for them. Exactly. You got it. You get it. Scrouf, and you know what? You're in France. I wish more Americans thought like you. The EP, it's upon me. Same. It's like I drank too much vodka for a bit. It's almost like I drank too much vodka for a bit. Folks, we've been going for over 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, there are over 300 of you watching right now. That's kind of crazy to me. At 4:30 in the morning. You guys have been watching a stream about politics for like 5 hours now, and there's still 300 of you. That's incredible to me. Hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because that is what allows me to continue doing this show, and I like doing the show. I like trying to make the world a better place, so please consider supporting stream. And Final Fantasy IX, no, but we will on a new day. I want to get back to that. Posting the 2 videos the last couple of days has really made me want to get back to it. I enjoy doing the silly little voices. I know that literally, you know, 1/15th or 1/20th of my audience actually decides to watch those videos, but I like making them. Okay, I like it. You guys can't stop me, even when you stop watching. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker is your comfort game right now. That game always looked really, really swell. You know, just great, you know? It looked like good vibes. I like your fits. Thank you, Johnny Ramo. I think I have good fits. And I also think that yesterday I did not do a stream, but you guys, I was out doing errands in this fit, and I looked so good that multiple people stopped me to tell me how much they liked my outfit. And one of them was just like, girl, your outfit is a 10 out of 10. And I was like, fuck yeah, I nailed it. Made me feel real nice. So, you got cute voices. Thank you, Aska. I like dressing like a slutty MILF. It's my comfort activity. Did you tell them to join their DSA? No, but I got my partner's mom to join DSA. So, you know, I'm doing my part. I feel like I've gotten like maybe 20 people signed up for DSA so far. By the end of this year, we're going to have, you know, a couple hundred of you guys, okay? Yeah, MILF Core, you get me, Princess Fiona, you get me. Second best well-dressed lefty streamer. Who's number one? I'm not even, okay, I'm not trying right now. This is not a fair point to judge me on. I was too tired and sad to put on like a good outfit. I dress better than Vosh. How dare you? I'm very
when
cute.
The people's will is swayed
On that
by
note,
a con man's cheap charade. Despite the crass misogyny,
I'm a co-chair of my local
and
chapter.
blatant
Hell yeah, I
hypocrisy,
mean.
when the fascist
Go!
voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts. When the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics, we must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies, in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
What a banger of a song to end on. We did get a request for one additional song, however. And you know what? Granted, Because you know what? I know a few of us have machines that kill fascists.
Put it there, boy, and we'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. Well, I'm going to tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. People in this world are getting organized. Bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Oh, you fascists bound to lose. I said, oh, you fascists bound to lose. Yes, sir. Oh, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. There's people of every nation marching side by side, marching across the fields
Where a million fascists died, bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Oh, you fascists bound to lose. Oh, you fascists bound to lose. Oh, you fascists bound to lose. You bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
I said, oh,
you fascists bound to lose. Oh, you fascists bound to lose. Oh, you fascists bound to lose. Bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. Nearest DSA is half an hour away, and I don't drive. Well, guess what? Most of them have online meetings. I've been to all of my DSA meetings online. I bet you can too. Also, what is the relationship between DSA and the Democratic Party? Yeah, basically the Democrats get pushed left by DSA. DSA backs candidates. They operate kind of in cooperation with Democrats, but also in like a cooperative tension. Democrats don't necessarily like DSA, but DSA supports Democrats, so they have to work together, you know? Should I join the one in the city or my nearest? It depends on which one you want to work with. Carpool. It's true. If you reach out to your closer one, you might be able to find people who want to give you a ride. How about creating RSA? I don't know what RSA is. Whew. The fabled playlist. You're welcome, John Smith. I'm new here, but how do you feel about PSL? I don't know anything about PSL. Republican Socialists of America? I don't think that's kind of an oxymoron. Republicans aren't socialists. And generally have no interest in being ones. Like I don't think they don't want democracy in the workplace, and I can guarantee you there are people in this country who are Republican who would literally threaten to murder you if you called them a socialist. So I don't know if that's really going to have the gas to take off. No, trains and bullshit. No. They're in Ireland? Oh, then I genuinely don't know anything about them. What about people who believe Republicans out-left Democrats? Well, they're just wrong. You know, like that's kind of the thing, right? Oh, Republicans in Ireland are social. Oh, yeah. Yes, that makes much more sense. Here in America, no. No. Y'all are great, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you for watching me so late, guys. This is one of the bigger audiences I've had, and I'm guessing it's because I threw the word AI next to the word nukes. Because yeah, it's fucking nuts, man. It's not even like a headline that makes it to the front page. It's like 4 pages deep in the newspaper. And that doesn't even make sense to most of you, because most of you don't even know what a newspaper looks like anymore. God damn it. Support your local journalism. That's my last message for the night. Support your local journalists. What's the AI nukes? Okay, very short version. Donald Trump is giving a massive amount of money to OpenAI in order for them to develop nuclear weapons security, whatever the fuck that means. And that's laughable because OpenAI is ridiculously unsecure. So, there we go. Nailed it. Oh, Jesus, fuck, why? Because we gotta give money to the Republican friendos. That's why. He's gotta give money to all of his friends. All of your taxpayer dollars, he's gotta hand it by the truckload to other people. How about a nice game of chess? If you had offered that like 3 hours ago, I would have taken you up on it, but now I am a little tipsy and sleepy as fuck, and I need to go take my meds. I know the question is somewhat moot at this point, but where does the money come from? It comes from us, the taxpayers, of course. No, regarding OpenAI nukes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have not seen War Games. It's one of the gaps I have in my film experiences. All right, good night, you clowns. I love you all. See you tomorrow, and by tomorrow I mean later today. Bye.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand.
Would you have sharings the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and look wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Oh, come, oh, ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union man.
Would you take contently what's put in your hand? Less than you've earned with one leg to stand. Would you believe what they tell you to be? Or brothers, go out and see.
There is power